Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Tran.
Here, thank you. Okay, great. And then before we go to closed session, let's check in with our city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to note for the council of the public, you will be adjourning into closed session to consider one item, which is public employee performance evaluation for the city manager. We do have one hand raised for public comments. I would encourage the council to take comment before we adjourn into closed session. Thank you.
Okay, great. Let's go to the virtual raised hand. Mr. Mehta.
To all the city council member, as well as city staff, city council, and the city attorney. It's hard to emphasize that, what exactly is required for city of Milpitas to become a metro. And what it is actually required for the city of Milpitas to become a metro plan, as well as a metro city. In order to maintain the integrity, ethics, and code of conduct, and as well as the bylaws of open government, it is important that all the laws and the acts being implemented for the city in a way that the law enforcement and as well as the order continue to be maintained. It is also important to evaluate that the city council official, not just the city council officials, but also all commission chair, vice chair, commissioner, they are respectively federal officials, government officials, and at any point under all circumstances, those codes are required to be maintained, and in also in order to maintain with the military armed services as well, in alliance with the Veterans Commission as well. It is important to understand that the laws are to be maintained under all the meetings, and also to be ensured that how it is to be implemented for the city. The lawless city is not a good city at all. The lawless metro plan is not a good metro plan at all. It is important to evaluate that on every basis. I also wanted to let city manager know to include the law officer and the attorney to be appointed to all the commissions, so that all the committee, all the commissions meetings, they are being evaluated based upon the laws and the implementation that is being as per the county, state, as well as the federal and the city laws and the ordinances. Also to make sure about that there has been a continuous violation of a law and the misconduct that has been reported prior. It is important that the city continue to evaluate the restraining order as well as a suspension order that has been placed independently at all levels, including city, county, state, and as well as federal level, to ensure that that integrity be maintained. As per the president and the White House meeting, all the mayors as well as all the city council, all federal officials were required to report every conduct as per the open government laws to the presidential level, as to maintain the cities. It is also too important to evaluate that how the cities are being maintained and what are the funds as per the federal and respective bureaus laws that are being spent for the city, and as well as for the associated bureaus as well. They are to be maintained at all perspective level. Any violation is to be reported at any particular given point of time, and right step of a procedure are required to be implemented such that the justice be served.
Okay, let's go to closed session. All right, folks, we'll be right back.
If any of the council members need the link, just feel free to shoot me a text message. Thank you.
Send it to me, Chris. This is Carmen.
I will do so. Thanks.
Thank you.
You're a falling star. You're the getaway car. You're the line in the sand when I go too far. You're the swimming pool. I'm not scared. You're the perfect place for me. And you play it calm, but it's kind of cute. Oh, when you smile at me, you know exactly what you do. Baby, don't pretend, but you don't know it's true. 'Cause you can see it when I look at you. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you. You make me sing your every line, your every word, your everything. You're a carousel. You're always around, and you'll hang me up when you ring the bell. You're a mystery. You're from outer space. You're every minute of every day. And I can't believe that I'm your man. And I get to kiss you, baby, just because I can. Whatever comes our way, I will see it through. And you know that's what all love can do. And in this crazy life, and through these crazy times, it's you who make me sing. Your every line, your every word, your everything. So la 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 la. So la la
Vice Mayor, Vice Mayor, are you there? Vice Mayor.
and in this crazy life, and through these crazy lines,
Yeah, I'm here. Hold on a minute.
Okay, great, great, yeah.
Nexus. Nexus.
All right.
every song.
Nexus stuff.
Okay. All right, fantastic. Okay, we got a lot going on tonight, so let's just jump right into it. Thanks for tuning in, folks, all across Milpitas on Facebook Live or YouTube.com. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening as we are going to go over a couple of things, including our budget study session. And I want to welcome all our city employees too. If you're watching tonight's the night, you are here and we are here, and we're going to move forward together here. So, we just came out of closed session. Let's go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for any announcements.
Mayor, I'm assuming you guys took no action in closed session, so there would be nothing to report out this evening. Thank you.
Correct, yes. Okay, great. Next up here is the Pledge of Allegiance. Stand as you may. I'll lead it. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay. Next up is the public forum. As we started this meeting earlier, we did 3 minutes, so it's a 3-minute public forum, public comment tonight, folks. 3 minutes. Okay, public forum. Let me pull up my Zoom, and let's go ahead. First up, we have Srinivas Sripada. Welcome.
Can you hear us? Hi. Can you hear us?
Yes, welcome, welcome.
Hi, Mayor Khan. This is Devi.
Okay.
Yeah, we are requesting the council's attention on an issue that we are facing here in the Kurtner Elementary, Kurtner Estates area. To be precise, we have about 562 homes in this community that constantly are facing power outages very frequently and prolonged, often 24 hours and above. And this is becoming an alarming issue because not only does it affect just basic stuff, it also impacts now our work, kids. There are several old elderly people in this community who are also, their health is also at risk. The challenge is that while this has nothing to do with the public safety outages, this continues to impact us, and we are requesting that the city and the council put pressure on PG&E to address this issue, because while we are facing these power outages, our neighboring streets don't seem to be impacted at all. So something is very specifically gone wrong with the equipment in this neighborhood, and we're looking for help in getting PG&E to pay attention to this issue at the earliest.
Yeah, thank you very much for being with us here tonight. We are working. Our city's going to have PG&E rep come in and soon, and so we'll provide an update. I have your email. I'll email you back. Thank you. Next up here we have Cigar Tikar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Oh, I live in the same neighborhood as Srinivas, and we are both basically attending the meeting in the hope that council sets attention on this topic, the 562 homes that lose power at alarmingly high frequency and long durations. I have had some conversations with council person, Ms. Dominguez, and I understand that the council has some influence, but PG&E doesn't have accountability to the council. And we would like to have council also advise us how best should we proceed on this to get all of us working in the same direction here.
Okay, great. We'll hear your voice. We'll be in touch. Thanks. Next up, Urvish Kumar Mehta. And I apologize, we cannot have the discussion tonight because it's not agendized tonight, but soon I think it will be. So we've seen plenty of issues go through this town. This is one that we'll get to very shortly. We hear your voice. Okay, Urvish Kumar Mehta, you're next.
I wanted to mention about the how the women are being seen in the city of Milpitas. It is important that city of Milpitas, which is going to be a metro city, where women should be seen as a very respectful person. Also, it is important to evaluate that how every not just limiting to the citizens, but whether it's a city staff, whether it's a city council, whether any commissioner, any federal officials, working in any capacity, the woman should be respected in every manner. Also, it is important to mention that women in any profession, whether they are representing any industry, any technology, any background, they should be treated fairly and equally as well. Also, it is important to evaluate that any such activity that is required to be put across to make the poverty, education, health, business be provided to women in any circumstances, that should be implemented as well. Also, it is to understand that city of Milpitas is growing and getting developed. It is important that through the implementation of a science, technology, and innovation, the right set of standards be implemented such that any woman which is under the poverty line also be provided the right set of resources and as well as right set of a culture to prosper within the city of Milpitas as well. City of Milpitas is not just becoming a city of Milpitas; it is going to be a metro city, and it is important to evaluate that what metro city should look like. What should be the citizen should be expecting of a metro city, whether that would be a type of a culture that the city is going to be adopting. The city should be an environment where all the citizens with the diversified culture be together and learn about everybody, and so be fruitful and be benefit from the city's work, and as well as from the public service. It is also to ensure that the women be seen as a very respected person within any bureaus within the city, as a citizen within the city of Milpitas as well. And any misconduct, any misdemeanor, whether that would be a meeting, whether that would be with any woman on the street, should be process, should be taken into consideration, and such misconduct must not be allowed. And it's required the right set of implementation from the law enforcement is required as well. I wanted to let city attorney know about the incident that has happened in the past, and take into consideration and take the right set of steps on it.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on here. That's it for the public forum. Thank you, everybody. Moving on here. Announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. Go to our city attorney, Christopher Diaz.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd now ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any personal or financial conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none. And I'd also ask the question of the mayor and the council to please disclose any campaign contributions of 100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
And Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Thank you.
Carry us, Chris. Carry us to the next one.
And now to the City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And as I've indicated before, that includes the Zoom platform we're on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And then finally, the council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. Moving on here to approval of agenda. I move to approve the agenda. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Vice Mayor Montano. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Self is an aye. The motion is carried. The agenda is approved. And that leads us to leadership and support services. We got two items on here tonight. I was hoping for a consent calendar. We ain't got one, but it's okay. Let's go to number one. Approve and authorize the city manager to enter into a side letter to amend the MOU between the city and the IAFF. And let's go to our Director of Human Resources.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This item is brought forward to you. I'm very pleased that the IAFF has agreed to a side letter provision that eliminates their upcoming raise in July and pushes out a raise of 2% in 18 months and then another 2% thereafter. So achieving savings for the city. And I don't know if anybody has any questions on that. It's similar to other provisions negotiated by the MPOA.
Yeah, I think we can look to move this item.
So I have a question.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. So Janine, will you said it'll push it out for 1 year?
No, I'm sorry. It pushes their contract. It eliminates the 4% raise, and 18 months later, they will get a 2%, and then 12 months thereafter, a 2%. So this yields significant savings to the city by that action.
So 18 months, and then 12 months, okay. 2% and 2%, okay. I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, great, great. If there's no further virtual raised hands, I will go and actually check this real quick. Okay, any public comments? Okay, I moved the item.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Dominguez. All in favor of virtual roll call? Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself and I, the motion is carried. Item number 1 is approved. I just want to give a special thank you to our IAFF, aka our firefighters here in town, folks that are watching at home. I think all, if not all, but most of our employees are represented, meaning they're in a union, and so many of these unions have a collective bargaining agreement, meaning that there's scheduled pay raises, among other things, annual ones. And so what we've been doing here in City Hall, virtual City Hall, has been working with our employees who are represented to basically prioritize the freezing of pay here in 2021 as we go through the pandemic recession. So I do want to thank our IAFF, International Association of Firefighters, for their leadership on this. It means a lot. And I know that we're doing all we can here in virtual City Hall to support our employees and their families, I will say. And we're going to continue a high level of services for our residents, if even more, believe it or not. I can't tell you how many times I hear from residents where they're like, my grandma or my mom, and medical emergency, we called 911 and our fire department was there in pronto seconds. And it means so much. And so we thank, and I thank our IAFF, and for anybody at home watching, wherever you are, we're looking forward to putting our Milpitas families first. And I hope that we can freeze the pay here across the board. Okay. All right, moving on to item number 2. Here we are, the budget study session. Let's receive a staff presentation on the preliminary fiscal year 22-31 10-year general fund financial forecast, and provide feedback on desired service levels to inform the fiscal year 21-22 budget development, which is coming up here. With that being said, I will look to our city manager, Steve McCures.
Great. We're going to put the PowerPoint up, staff. I'll go ahead and start while we get that PowerPoint going. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, members of the public. Good evening, staff. This evening, we're going to kick off the city's council's process for the next year's budget. As you know, we're facing unprecedented times. Our society is battling a vicious virus. Our economy has been shut down numerous times. Our fiscal situation is dire, but there's hope. Our most vulnerable residents and first responders are getting vaccinated. Our governor has started to gradually open up the economy again, balancing the survival of our businesses, especially our small businesses, while minimizing the risk of another surge. The council has supported strategies to regain fiscal health by championing the passage of Measure F. Thank you, Milpitas voters. Giving direction to work with all bargaining groups to achieve wage concessions. Thank you, MPOA. Thank you, IAFF, and our UNREP group for foregoing this year's wage increase. And lastly, supporting the deferral of capital projects and the careful use of one-time resources such as reserves. Thank you, Council, for having us set aside those reserves for rainy days. This evening's study session is another step in regaining fiscal health. We will update you on our last revenue projections and anticipated expenditures for maintaining this year's service levels. As you know, we'll not be able to maintain the current service level to our community despite the passage of Measure F and the mentioned wage concessions received thus far. We are currently projecting a $7.4 million deficit for the next fiscal year and a $4 million structural deficit over the next 2 years. Tonight, the department heads will report out by community service area We also refer to this as our CSAs, on accomplishments and initiatives underway. We will also share potential areas for service reductions and delay of council-approved service enhancements in order to balance the ongoing budget deficit over the next 2 years. After we present these service reductions, we'll ask for council input. The council input, as well as the input from the community today through surveys and virtual budget community meetings, will shape our development of special budget reduction proposals. This will be included in the fiscal year 2021-22 proposed budget scheduled for release early May and presented in detail at the operating budget study session in May. So now, due to the fiscal crisis we're experiencing and per council direction, we've instituted a hiring freeze, except for those essential positions needed to deliver critical services to the community and to respond to the pandemic and its economic and financial impact. This hiring freeze has reduced staff capacity across the organization while workload has not changed. As I mentioned before, department heads will present their work plan items to you this evening. During the final portion of the study session, we'll be seeking feedback on council agenda items requests recently referred by council consensus. We will be proposing the council prioritize these additional work plan items in 3 areas. The first, additional work plan items which would be prioritized during a March council meeting with additional information on estimated costs and resource needs. Second, items which would be deferred to fiscal year 2022-23, given the city's fiscal situation and reduced staff capacity. And third, items which would not be pursued at this time, given the city's fiscal situation and reduced staff capacity. So in closing, I'd like to thank staff for putting together this evening's study session, and I'm looking forward to our policy discussion and the public's input. Okay, next slide.
Thank you, Steve. Let me take a pause here for a moment. I do want to add a couple of remarks. This is the budget study session. This is what's kicking off our road to June and approving our budget for next fiscal year. We're not going to solve everything tonight. We're going to provide some input and answer some questions for our staff, but I want to recommend to my colleagues to absorb the information, and we'll have the days and weeks ahead to make the big, hard decisions that I know that we'll make together. And so I hope we can keep tonight moving efficiently and that we can pace ourselves here, but everybody's input will be heard, and I just hope we can hear it over a longer period of time than just tonight, as things are fluid as well. Where we're at tonight won't be the same as where we'll be in May, and I pray that we're in a better place. So before I go back to staff here, I do see a virtual raised hand. I just want to make sure this person doesn't have to wait all night, but Ganesh, are you there? It might be from the previous item, but either way, he's in the building. Let's get him out on his way here. Ganesh, let's get this person on their way here. It may be from the previous item, but I just want to get them on their way. I hate to see this hand up for the next couple hours or whatever it may be. Ganesh for public comment, virtual raised hand.
Yes, so can you hear me?
Are you here for item number 1 or 2?
Sorry, what is that?
Are you here for agenda item number 1 or number 2?
No, we have something else. So I'm not sure whether you are taking any additional items.
Okay, what is it that you have? What is the subject?
For the PG&E outage in our area.
Okay, well,
162.
Yeah, the public forum has passed, and so why don't you go ahead and send an email to us, or you can try again at the next meeting. But public forum has passed. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go back to staff. Let's go with item number 2. Let's go. Steve.
Okay, is staff ready?
Yeah, we are ready.
Yeah, I've concluded my remarks. Thank you, Walter.
Okay, great. Thank you, Steve. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members and members of the public. Next slide, please. The agenda today is as follows. We're going to first update you, as Steve mentioned, about the general fund financial forecast. I will share with you what the budget shortfall is in more detail. We will talk about the community engagement, which we have planned, and we've requested we get your feedback. We're also going to have the initial community feedback from our survey. As to the service areas, we're going to talk about the major accomplishments, work plans, operation challenges, and budget balancing considerations. And then at the end of the presentation, we would like your feedback on the potential additional work plan items. Next slide, please. And next one. So before I start with the fiscal year 10-year financial forecast, I would like to look back at the current situation and then present to you 3 scenarios, a base one, a pessimistic and optimistic one for the next 10-year financial forecast as update from November 17, 2020. Next slide, please. So we look back, and these are the expenditures of the city, the actual expenditures for the last 15 years or so. We had the Great Recession, 08, 09, which you see right here. And we had the redevelopment agency dissolution. What you see is this is an all funds picture, and you'll see the general fund, how it has evolved. And next slide, please. And what you see is in this by positions, we always seem to have managed to reduce our services, reduce our positions, become more efficient, and then build up the organization again, like we did for the last 2 or 3 years. Next slide, please. And the main reason for that is that we have to deal with impacts to our revenue streams. And the main revenue streams, which you will see soon, is those 4 taxes. That's the property tax, sales tax, transit occupancy tax, and licenses and permits. These are the major revenue sources for the city. They've changed over the years. Like you see on the bottom here, transit occupancy tax is really, we're projecting to dip quite a bit for this current fiscal year. And we have experienced already for the first 6 months. We hope it will go up again as the economy recovers. But this basically drives our general fund expenditures, how much revenue we are able to generate. Next slide, please. So that's our expected revenues as it stands today for the next fiscal year. Property tax is at 36%, which is the largest piece. And due to Measure F, sales and use tax is going to 32%, or 29% of 30 millions. Transit occupancy tax, which was our third slice in the past, has really reduced because of the impact to our hotels and travel industry. Next slide, please. So that's next slide. Let's look at the preliminary forecast. So it's 10 years. We started doing a 10-year forecast last year. It still assumes a recovery within 12 months by mid 2021-22. We've heard confirmed still from the new government at the federal level that they hope to have herd immunity, which means majority of people in the US will be vaccinated by fall, that's September. But it's still assumed that it's a permanent reduction in our travel behavior. Our transit occupancy tax will be impacted by this. Our hotels will be impacted by this, and we'll have less revenue from our hotel occupancies. It does assume Measure F, obviously, but I want to recognize that it sunsets in 8 years, which is fiscal 2028-29. The revenue projections are data-driven. We look historically back and see how it has behaved. That's why I showed you the slide about the Great Recession and the current dip in the revenues. We're working with our consultants, with our city departments, economic development, planning, and across the board and building, looking at their revenue streams and recreation. And then it comes down to what is most reasonable, and that's judgment. The expenditure projections are more accurate, I could say, because we know what our costs are going to be. We know the MOUs, modified for side letters, and you just heard today, and thank you for your approval, and thank you for the bargaining unit to have stepped up already and provided some wage concessions for the next 2 or 3 years, which are MPOA and IFF and underrepresented. Next slide, please. So why is revenue projections is so difficult to project? Why is it difficult to come up with revenue estimates which are accurate? Well, first of all, it's data. Property tax, we know as of December 31st, 2020. But the good thing there, the county actually does the projections for us. And although they're at times conservative, they do provide us pretty accurate data. Sales tax, I've received for this fiscal year the first quarter payments, and we're working with a consultant to basically understand what they understand statewide the revenue stream for sales tax ought to be. But we still just have 3 payments or 3 months of payments for the first quarter of this current fiscal year. TOT, we're relying on our hotels for 5 months of data. The projections are still dire. We are making about $300,000, excuse me, per month, a little bit more than that. In the good years, we made 1.2, 1.3 million. So it has really brought us down quite a bit. License permits and fines, we rely on departments on real experience, so that's easier to project, assuming again an uptick in the economy, like more construction activities or recreation activities. Same thing for charges for services, franchise fees, use of money properties, our interest rates, and other taxes, which are primary business tax and other revenue sources. And intergovernmental, it's mostly grants, and these are usually one time. Dumping transfers in, these are the contributions from the utility funds and other funds. That's based on 6 months and based on budget. So that's the most easiest to project. But just to give you the public and you some background on how we deal with actual data. Next slide, please. So how do we stand? Well, the amended budget, I want to say this right away up front. That's what our projection is, the impact for this fiscal year. We will come forward to you in 2 weeks on February 16th, actually 3 weeks from today, with a balancing approach, with a rebalancing of the current year budget using one-time sources, but also ongoing expenditure reductions. We're pulling front, mainly looking at vacant positions, which we can already eliminate or defund temporarily from our budget, which also then affects positively the deficit for the next fiscal year. As Steve mentioned, the real focus is today in the next 10 years, and really I'm looking always the next 3 to 4 years. The forecast shows $7.45 million deficit, of which over the next 2 years, it's $4 million structural. What I mean with that, if we cut ongoing expenditures by between $4 and $4.1 million through this budget, we'll actually solve in 2 years deficits in one swoop. And that is exactly what we plan to do, and if not more. Important to note, now I'm actually going to flip to the I'm sorry, somehow I unmuted myself, not sure what I did. What did you, I hope you didn't cut out too much. Next slide, please, which gives you a visual presentation of the forecast. So what you see there is the current $7 million, which is derived in the next fiscal year. Then you see ongoing between $4 million and $2 million deficits. But here's measure F, which is key, is sunsetting in 8 years, and then will obviously create a huge deficit thereafter. So the key thing to do long term for the next 8 years is to really be cognizant of these potential dip in revenues. Next slide, please. So you may wonder what happened between the last forecast, the initial preliminary. I was agendized for the council on November 17th, and I presented. And what happened with this forecast today? What's the difference? It comes down to revenue estimates being brought down by $2.8 million. Basically, we had a worse experience than we anticipated. We had another lockdown, as you know, which has just got lifted yesterday or today. And that really drove down the major downward adjustments. The good thing is property tax turned out to be an upward adjustment from last fiscal year, so we're actually meeting budget. But there's still the issue that we are eliminating $2 million of property tax, which from the educational revenue augmentation fund, which the state appears to be taking away from us. We are working with the Santa Clara Cities Association to see what can be done at the statewide level, but we still haven't received any response whether this tax will be given back to us, the part of this property tax, we're losing it permanently. But we are definitely working with our partners in the county to understand what's happening and how we can lobby the state or legislature. On the expenditure adjustments, there's a reduction of $4.6 million. This is very positive because it helped us to reduce the deficit from the last forecast I presented to you in November. Main reasons for those are wage concessions and related benefits. We eliminated temporary salaries. We reduced funding shifts, which allows us to charge to other funds. We analyzed that. And we also decreased our supplies and services. So these are major changes which we're able to implement in order to prepare for next year's budget. And then therefore the deficit impact is reduced by $1.8 million, but we still have $7.45 million to solve for next fiscal year. Next slide, please. I also have this slide here. What is not included, I'm not just going to skip over this. You've seen this before, but the key thing I want to point to is the last bullet, There was always going to be changes in the local, state, and national economy, either to the positive or to the negative. Next slide, please. So one thing we were asked to do is what happens if it turns out worse? That's a pessimistic scenario. And we assume $4 million less revenue next fiscal year. And next slide, please. What happens if it's an optimistic scenario? What happens if we do better? So this just gives you an idea. If we generate extra $2 million revenue ongoing, we basically have a balanced budget by 2 years from now, which I wouldn't rely on. I would still try to solve the structure. We'll try to propose to solve the structure deficit by 22-23, which will be about $2 million. Next slide, please. So this is the bandwidth, which is reasonable. As you can see, I am more on the pessimistic side. I believe it could be the probability of getting worse is higher than getting better, because we don't know what's going to happen with the pandemic. We have not experienced this since last 100 years, except once. And we don't have any real economic data, financial data to rely on. And as you have seen also for the last 12 months, I have consistently had to reduce revenues. It turned out worse than we thought. Next slide, please. So this gives you a different view. This tells you how the deficit looks like in the three scenarios, the basic one, the pessimistic one, and the optimistic one for next year and the following year. Next slide, please. I'm relying on the base scenario. That's what we're basing our proposed budget on. And you see right there, the structural deficit of the next 2 years amounts to approximately $4 million, which then allows us to look at surpluses the following years, which I think in order to restore positions, which you may have to defund for 2 years. Next slide, please. So how are we going to address the shortfall? Next slide, please. We already looked at this several times, but I wanted to spend some time about how our budget balancing approaches, how to solve these deficits are informed by, what they're informed by. Well, first of all, you. That's what the meeting is about here today. We're asking for policy input from you from the various budget considerations staff will bring forward. It is through the community. What are the priorities for the community? We'll present high level, top level survey inputs from the survey we just did this January, and we'll bring it back to you in more detail at the future council meeting. And employee engagement. So what do employees think? How we can reduce services and stay as efficient as we can, or increase efficiencies, or minimize the impacts internally or externally to our community. Then we have the council priority areas. These are the ones you'll see in a moment, but you've used them for the last 2 years. Then you adopted in September 1st, the fiscal response strategy and guidelines. They also inform our budget development, the fiscal policies which the city has built up and is used for the last many years, budget guidelines which you have approved, and lastly, best practices in the profession. Next slide, please. So what is our budget engagement? The council engagement is starting today with the various areas we already discussed. Various other budget study sessions which are coming up, such as capital, master fee schedule, the operating budget study session, the public hearing, and then later on there will be a slide with exact dates. Community engagement, which we'll go into detail today, and employee engagement. So it's just, so we're really trying to be as comprehensive as we can in our budget engagement process, given that we are still and will have to be in a virtual environment. Next slide, please. So I mentioned this quickly before. The next real big step for us is the mid-year budget review and with the rebalancing of the existing year's budget, with the goal of using reserves as little as possible, and maybe even generating some set-asides for next fiscal year. We're not fully done yet, but that is our goal. And then to balance the shortfall for the proposed budget outlined today with ongoing and one-time sources and expenditure reductions. Again, the goal of minimizing service impacts to our community and to avoid layoffs as much as we can. In order to avoid layoffs, we will continue to engage with our employee groups regarding wage concessions. Next slide, please. Council priority areas, I just want to quickly go through them because a lot of discussion today, next slide, please. A lot of discussions today will hinge on those, and that's how we set up the engagement with the community. You've seen them in the past, community wellness and open space, economic development, environment, governance, etc. That's internal service departments such as finance, IT, and HR. Next slide, please. Neighborhoods and housing, public safety, and transportation and transit. Next slide, please. I just want to spend a little bit, next slide, please, on the fiscal response strategies and guidelines. You adopted those on September 1st. We've been working on them. You see the green check marks there. And the ones we are continuing to work on is in progress. Again, you directed us to eliminate the general fund structure deficit, which we estimate now at $4 million by 22-23. That's definitely something we are focusing on as part of with the mid-year balancing actions. We're going to start with the proposed budget, setting up a strategy which allows us to balance not just next year's budget, but also 22-23. We institute the hiring freeze. We are looking at vacancies to reorganize our operations. Next slide, please. And I will not go into each one of them in detail, but you've seen them in the past. But analyze, I want to look at number 8 quickly. We have analyzed non-personal expenditures for cost-saving opportunities. You've seen this, you will see later on that we have already reduced non-personal expenditures quite a bit. We're still not done yet. We're going to look further. And we're definitely going to, and we have in the past, continue to track and apply for grants. Next slide, please. Obviously, you understand that grants is a one-time source, but it can also help us to balance the budget. And lastly, employees include departments and citywide budget reduction, idea development. We've done this already with departments. We're going to do a citywide effort as well. Next slide, please. And obviously, the quarter Measure F was approved. I just skipped over this quite a little bit too quickly, but I just want to thank you for your support as well as the voters for supporting the measure. So that actually leads me directly into the next set of slides, and that's the budget strategies. Give you an update what we've done. Next slide, please. An update what we've done and how we develop our budget. So the base budget is actually written in our budget guidelines, which I was very pleased when I joined the city about close to 2 years ago. The first thing what we have to do is in order to develop the base budget, we fund the council-approved service levels from the current fiscal year with updated costs for the next fiscal year. And that's how we develop the base budget. And that's what you see in this forecast, which then creates this shortfall. As we're saying, doing the same thing what we're doing today for the next fiscal year, how much does it cost us? We look at the revenue estimates, and then based on the difference between the two, add up a surplus. And like last year, a year ago, we estimated for a surplus, which turned out to be a deficit due to the pandemic. And then we look at the same thing this year. It's a shortfall, obviously. So we build the personnel costs. We look at funding allocations, and we shifted some of those, temporary staffing and overtime. We look at non-personnel costs in order to reduce the base budget. A review of expenditure history, we have done the two, and look at supplies and contractual services. We still have some work to do, as I mentioned, but we're getting very close of finalizing the base budget. And then the proposed budget level, and that's what our budget considerations come in here for today, which you will hear soon, is now what do we have to do to recommend changes to the council-approved service level from this fiscal year for the next fiscal year in order to balance our budget. This is when most position changes happen. In this case would be defunding or elimination of positions. And if there's any need for new vehicles and equipment, which is very minimal for next fiscal year, if at all. Next slide, please. So before I go into the budget balancing approaches and the status of such, I think it's important to really understand what has happened to our revenues from year over year, projected for this fiscal year, and then what we estimate to happen next fiscal year. Over the last 2 fiscal years, including the projection for this fiscal year, which you will see more in detail, the changes at the mid-year on February 16, is we lost about $14 or $15 million, or 14.2%, while costs continue to rise. So it's not just the revenues reduced, we still have rising costs. Fortunately, through the wage concessions from 3 groups already, these rising costs have been reduced, but they still rise. We still have increases in pension costs, still have increases in healthcare costs for our staff, which we just have to deal with. But then if you look at next fiscal year, it's going up, which is a good notion. But don't forget, the majority of this $8.9 million in 6.1 is really related to Measure F. We were able to identify through voter approval another revenue source to fund city services. Next slide, please. So these budget strategies I've shown you quite a bit since probably May last year when we had the first deficit to deal with. And we have applied them all to some degree. We're still in progress with some others. Obviously, it's use of the reserves. The budget stabilization reserve is only one I would really look at to use. And that's the one which is specifically set up for this. But still, it is we want to use it as little as possible if we can find other one-time sources or ongoing reductions. Then service reductions, that's elimination of positions. And the numbers here, by the way, just show you if you have a $7.3 million shortfall, then obviously we will have to cut between this range of positions. It gives you just an idea of the magnitude. If we solve everything through wage and benefit reductions, it would be 10 to 11% salary reduction. So it would be more than our units have obviously provided for now. But then if the voter approval, that's what the estimate is for Measure F. None of these strategies work in isolation. They all work in combination. And that's what we have employed. We have achieved some of this already. The other thing we still will work on. We are working on. Footnote, again, recognizing the units we've worked with, and we're still in discussion with MEA, MidCon, and ProTech. Next slide, please. So putting this on the timeline, what have we done during the last 9 months? This question was asked, and I felt this was really important to actually demonstrate. With sometimes we lose sight of the issue of what the achievements we have made in this budget, while not yet impacting service levels to our community. Well, first of all, they would balance the budget like this year's budget initially in June by reducing pension costs where we budget them, non-personal expenditures, and with deferred infrastructure projects. $4.8 million in ongoing costs, and the infrastructure deferral was several millions. The Measure F was passed thanks to the support of the council and the voters. And we're looking at mid-year to also reduce ongoing expenditures through reiterating medical savings, $2.5 million, position reductions, and wage concessions, and other sources. So we are already significantly on an ongoing basis reducing our costs. And then we have to look at the proposed budget, which is really the next item after mid-year, which we're going to bring to you. And we already reviewed the base budget. We cut out nearly $1 million there. We're looking at service reduction position eliminations of about $4 million to address the structural deficit. So that's our goal. That's not just our goal. That's what we will bring to you. We will try to do it with, again, the best way of minimizing the impacts to our community. Next slide, please. That's the $4 million I just talked about. Again, I just want to bring you the structural deficit slide so you see it in the context. Next slide, please. So if we address the $4 million structural deficit, that's what it will look like. It requires a $4 million ongoing expenditure reduction, but you'll see by 2023, definitely we've resolved it, and thereafter we see surplus for the next few fiscal years, which I think is really important. We want to get into a picture, long-term picture, where we have surpluses, which we see on the horizon, and not deficits. Next slide, please. So if you look at this slide, it sort of puts the timeline, which I showed you before, in a different tabulation, table form. It shows you that we cut out, for now, $15.6 million in expenditures. Just as a reminder, that's about the same amount of revenues which we lost. But again, as I mentioned, our costs still increase. Although, again, with wage concessions, they're reducing. They don't decrease as fast as anticipated. So if you have $4 million, we still have to address. If we're able to receive similar concessions or no wage deferrals by permanent wage deferrals by our 3 remaining unions, that's about $800,000, which means the minimum ongoing shortfall we have to resolve is 3.2. That's the minimum there, because it could be more, depending if we get revenue picture worsens, or it could be less if the revenue picture improves. Next slide, please. So how do we reduce expenditures? This gives you it's Pac-Man on purpose. My staff said, why did we rotate it around and show you Pac-Man? But it's really 86% of our costs is personnel related, and 14% is non-personnel. Non-personnel we looked already quite heavily. We cut out between last year and this year already about $1.4 million. So you'll see definite reduction in that. But personnel is where we need to go next, and that means position reductions. So next slide, please. So by CSA, where are those positions? If you look at the general fund funded positions, which is about 370 of the 439 FTEs which we have in the current year budget, the majority is public safety. That's our police and fire functions. And then you have the rest. In the next biggest piece is community services, sustainable infrastructure, it's public works, engineering, and recreation and community services. Then you have community development, which is heavily fee funded, and the leadership and support services, which are the internal support departments. And the tendency sometimes I've seen in the past is to cut leadership and support services, but if you overcut internal service departments, you cannot support public safety, community development, and community services. Therefore, it behooves us to really look at defunding of positions or service reductions with minimal impact to the community across all 4 CSAs. Next slide, please. Now you wonder, public safety is a bigger pie now. Well, the reason for it is not so much the public safety is a lot of non-personal expenditures. The main reason is that the average cost per position in public safety is higher, substantially higher than the average cost per position in non-public safety departments. So the non-sworn positions are, on the average, less expensive to fund. So that's the main reason why you see this big jump, which again puts pressure on or leads us to guide that we should look at reductions across all departments. Next slide. So this is just for information. We have not shown this in the past in the budget, but I think it's important to see where are those positions and where they're funded and how they're funded. It's just by funding source. Happy to go into the detail if you have some questions. But you see the majority of staff is in the general fund, and the next 2 ones in the water and sewer fund, which you see here on your right. Water fund with 21 positions and sewer fund with 15. And then the next biggest piece is capital reimbursement. These are the positions which support our capital project, capital improvement program. Next slide, please. So here, in order to balance a $4 million shortfall, in November 17th, we asked the target departments to reduce the expenditures across the board by 4.6%, or total savings of $5 million. You may wonder, why do we do that when the budget is, the structure deficit is 4, we're asking for 5. Well, there are always proposals which are more amendment, which minimize the impact to the community less, and others the impact may be worse. So we definitely want to make sure that we do minimize the impact internally and to the community as much as we can. And that gives us more ideas on how to achieve this and bring your proposed budget which achieves that goal. You see City Council left TBD in response to comments by the council. We brought you the next slide. Next slide, please. It shows the council budget for next fiscal year. Salary and benefits, which is this, the benefits which the council receives, the cost for that. Temporary salaries and benefits, those are the interns, which we put into the budget, I believe, 2 years ago, in the 1920 budget. Community grant, commission boards, memberships, member travel. Memberships is basically the National League of City, League of California. So these are the items there. So if there's interest in knowing more about your budget, we can do this either today or we can come back and provide you some more detail for this if the council so desires. Next slide, please. I always want to look at reserves. As you see, with the adoption of the budget, we used 4.48 million of the BSR, the Budget Stabilization Reserve. I do not intend to use anything for the current fiscal year in order to preserve the balance, 12.61, for potential solutions for the next fiscal year if necessary. But overall, as you can see, and I think we have some pieces dropped off here, our total balance is just from my memory is about $75 million we have in reserves and various reserves, which you see here. I apologize for the little slip here on the slide. Next slide, please. Budget calendar, quick, I'm going to highlight a few items. We issued the statistically valid community survey, some response to the presentation here today. We are to January 26th, the preliminary City Council budget study session. The next item is appointment of Measure F committee members. We got nominations as of today, but not sufficient to fill 9 seats. So we worked with the mayor and we extended the deadline for another 2 weeks. And on February 16th, we will come to you with the nominations for the mayor for approval. Then we have the capital budget study session, which is going to happen February 11th. During this time period, until we issue the proposed budget and we come back to you with the budget study session for operating budget, we have open town hall survey, community meetings, and employee meetings. We do want to hope to convene the Measure F committee on March 20, between March 21, in order to review the proposed budget recommendations to be in compliance with Measure F, as well as the first quarter payment we're going to receive starting April 1st. But we receive it actually in July and August next fiscal year, but it will be accrued to this fiscal year. Master fee schedule on April 14th, and the operating budget study session, which I mentioned already, the public hearing on June 1st, which allows us to adopt the budget, which needs to be done by the end of June in order to have a budget available approved by July 1st, 2021. That's our schedule. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to turn community engagement over to Ashwini Kantak, Assistant City Manager, who will be supported by our PIO, Charmaine D'Angelo, and or do you want to take any breaks, Mayor, for questions?
Let's keep proceeding. I think we're on a good pace here. To my colleagues, I see many taking notes. Fantastic, and we'll come back around after the staff's full presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Back
Thank
to
you,
Walter.
Council. Thank you, for the public.
Thank you, Walter. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I will start with this portion of the presentation on community engagement. So next slide, please. So as in the past years, we will be engaging the council, the community, as well as employees during the entire budget development process. Walter already touched upon some of this. So in terms of surveys, we'll be doing a statistically valid community survey, which has actually already been completed. We'll be doing an open town hall survey like we've done in the past, as well as employee budget meetings. And then the community budget meetings, unfortunately, again, this year, we will not be able to do them in person, but we'll be doing them virtually. At least 2 sessions is what we're thinking of right now. And then, as you saw in the budget calendar, there's multiple study sessions. So that also allow for public input. And then, of course, all of this will culminate in the adoption of the budget in June. So I'm going to hand it off to Charmaine D'Angelo, our Public Information Officer, to walk you through some of the preliminary results from the community survey. And then the detailed results from that will actually be presented to you next month by FM3, our consultants. So next slide, please. And Charmaine, if you could take that on.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. So to build on what Ashwini just covered, we will be utilizing various communication tools to have ongoing engagement with residents and other stakeholders. So on this slide, you'll see that we have a dedicated website, which will house all of the budget particulars. And we will continue to socialize information across city-owned social media channels, including our city website, as well as our broadcast channel. And additionally, virtual webinars will help amplify key information. Next slide. As Ashwini alluded to, you may be aware that we seek the services of FM3 for our annual community survey. This is the 3rd year in a row that we have been working with them and gathering public opinion and feedback from Milpitas residents. So we interviewed 795 adult residents of the city. Our research ran very recently, just this month, from January 5 to the 20th. Our recruitment method was through telephone calls, email invites, and postcards. And information gathering was through telephone interviews and online surveys. So the research was conducted in English and in multiple languages, Spanish, Chinese, and Vietnamese. As Ashwini mentioned, we will be scheduling a deeper dive presentation of the community results. But today I'm happy to just share some highlights of our initial results. Next slide, please. So it's so heartwarming to hear that Milpitas residents are overwhelmingly in agreement about a strong sense of diversity and inclusion in our city. 87% agree that diversity is an asset. 83% feel that diversity is celebrated. 82% agree that Milpitas is a wonderful place to raise a family. 80% associate living in the city with a sense of pride. So we should all be very flattered and proud about these results. But I wanted to highlight the last bullet point. It's notable because 77% recommended Milpitas to others as a place to live. So when we think about it, our residents are practically our actual product endorsers who are promoting our city to others for free. Next slide, please. In this year's survey, we also asked the community to go through like a couple of budget exercises, but I wanted to highlight a couple of key takeaways first. Public opinion about life in Milpitas continues to be positive and mirrors what we have seen in 2020. As discussed in the previous slide, Milpitas residents are very proud of the city and consider it a great place to raise a family. Our research also revealed mixed perceptions about how the city is categorized or labeled as exciting and affordable. So that's one interesting tidbit. Another notable result was realizing that public opinion about the city has declined consistently with regard to our fast growth. In 2019, it was at 51%. Last year, we were at 41% and now at 35%. Of course, COVID-19 could be a major contributory factor, but I think it's interesting to see that there's been a trend in terms of decline. And then lastly, public safety and infrastructure continue to remain as top priority areas. Next slide. So for the first time, we actually asked the community members to go through a budget exercise and prioritize our council priority areas. Naturally, it will help us in the budget study process. I just wanted to note that the survey did not include governance and administration as an option because this obviously supports all the other service areas, the other priority areas. So on this slide, you will see that public safety is considered a top service area at 25%, followed by economic development and job growth, and neighborhoods and housing, as well as environment falling into the second tier. And in the last tier, that's where community wellness and open space, as well as transportation and transit fall. So when you look at this pie chart, you can see it as a snapshot of how the community would like the city to prioritize the different service areas. Next slide.
Charmaine, we'll hand it off to Walter.
Thank you, Charmaine. The next step we would like to take is to guide you through the major accomplishments by departments, grouped by CSAs, by city service areas, the work plans which we have currently ongoing. These are the high-level ones. There's obviously much more work which you do, but these are the ones which we would like you to inform you about. Operational challenges which departments are facing, and the budget considerations. Next slide, please. So we are grouped in 4 city service areas: community development, community services, sustainable infrastructure, leadership and support service, and public safety. As you can see, there are currently Steve, the city manager, oversees 1, Ashwini oversees 2, and I oversee 1 as well. Once the finance director position is getting filled, we will change the structure as outlined at the bottom, and Ashwini and I will both oversee 2 CSAs so that Steve can focus on council relationship, community relationship, and of major projects which faces or issues which face the city. Next slide, please. So public safety, if we want to kick off, there's obviously police department and the fire department with both chiefs talking here today. But before we do this, I just want to quickly look at those pictures. There's a Halloween picture from the police department, community service officer, our firefighters engaging with the community, as well as our police department. Our firefighters in the wildland fires trying to address one of the fires right there, which was a big focus for this fiscal year. As you know, the last calendar year, I apologize, it's going to be a future focus as well. And lastly, our traffic enforcement team, motorcycles, which are very maybe not liked by our community, because if you speed, but I think the ones who want to make sure that the traffic slows down, they probably have them. They're very happy to have them in their presence. The next slide, please. So with this, I just want to hand it over to our police chief first, and then the fire chief. Then we'll take care of the next 2 slides, so taking turns.
Thank you, Walter. Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor Montano, and council members. My name is Jared Hernandez, currently serving as your acting police chief. I get the pleasure of talking about first some of the accomplishments of the department. The men and women of the Milpitas Police Department had several notable accomplishments this past year, and these bullet points are really just a summary of many accomplishments. A particular note was our ability to have a police officer on scene of an emergency within 2 minutes and 43 seconds of a dispatcher creating the call. That goal that we originally set for ourselves was to have an officer on scene within 3 minutes, but as you can see, our staff exceeded that goal pretty significantly this past year. The next bullet point, we also participated in over 50 virtual community events. The past 9 months, it's been rough with COVID. So there has really been a challenge for a variety of reasons, but we were still able to build new relationships, strengthen existing relationships, and also build trust within the community by participating in virtual events such as the Milpitas High School Career Day, the Special Olympics Torch Run, which was virtual this year. We also held several crime prevention meetings, community meetings, and safety meetings, as well as one of the most favorites for our officers this year was our virtual book readings, which was really, really popular amongst our preschool and kindergarten students here in town. We adopted and implemented a new de-escalation training program to supplement existing training that we were already doing. The program is called Integrating Communications Assessment and Tactics, or ICAT for short. And ICAT is really a critical decision-making model that was developed by the Police Executive Research Forum, they're often referred to as PERF, to improve de-escalation and decrease police uses of force incidents. PERF, if you're not familiar, it's a nationally recognized think tank. They're known for their research and policy development in law enforcement. It's also a group that's widely cited by many different sources as leading experts in police research. Going back to ICAT, ICAT is a scenario-based training. It incorporates critical thinking, crisis intervention, communication, and tactics. It's a scenario-based training, which is a little bit different than crisis intervention training that you might have heard of before, because that is really classroom-oriented and lecture-based. Another accomplishment in the same arena was the implementation of crisis intervention training and de-escalation training for our dispatchers. Our dispatchers, they're often the first point of contact for someone that's either experiencing an emergency, whether it be somebody that's calling because they need help, or somebody that's calling because they need help themselves and they might be experiencing a mental health emergency themselves. And so providing our dispatchers with skill sets in this area to properly recognize and handle these situations, I think it's imperative, and it allows us to provide a better user experience to the folks calling 911. Our next one, this year we also implemented our automated license plate reader program, and also our unmanned aircraft system program that I spoke to council about a couple of years ago. These are two technologies that we're really excited about, starting with our stationary ALPR program. Currently, we have 20 readers installed in different areas of town. Those were installed in September of 2020. These readers, they've really been a tremendous tool in helping us locate and arrest criminals as well as solve crimes. We average about 817 hits in a 30-day period. And a hit would be either a stolen license plate, a stolen vehicle, or a felony vehicle. Of the felony vehicles, We've located cars that were used in armed robberies in other jurisdictions. We've located cars involved in auto theft, or auto burglary rather, and residential burglary. And we've also found cars associated to a homicide that occurred in a neighboring city. That was about 3 months ago. The system, it's been a tremendous investigative tool. In addition to locating suspects, our detectives have used it to identify suspect vehicles in commercial burglaries, as well as other crimes such as auto burglary cases. Moving on to our unmanned aircraft system, we went fully operational in June of 2020, I believe it was. We currently have 5 aircraft and 12 pilots. We've used the unmanned aircraft systems to map crime scenes, to investigate traffic collisions. We've used it in missing person cases, and then also various major cases that have happened. To date, earlier this month, I think it's been 966 missions total in over 84 flight hours during calendar year 2020. Another thing that we did this year is review our department policies. Currently, we use Lexipol platform for our policy management. We also have an administrative sergeant that's assigned to monitor changes in law and also be cognizant of industry standard changes. The administrative sergeant will make recommendations on policy changes to the chief's office, and then that's where we implement our policy from. With some of the national discussion about police operations earlier in mid-2019, we reviewed our policies and found areas where we needed to be more reflective of our current training and practices. And so what we did was we made those adjustments where necessary, changed some wording to be a little more explicit to what we are actually doing. And we got that fixed up there. Another thing to mention is that as a matter of practice, what we've been doing is bringing policies that we believe to be of public interest to the Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness Commission, and we seek their thoughts and feedback on policies before we implement them. And we've been doing that now for a little over, at least a little bit over a year. I've been there about 5 times. And finally, our community service officers. Our community service officers have been truly amazing for the police department. I have nothing but admiration for our CSOs. They're out there day in, day out, providing frontline services to the community. They handle our non-urgent calls for service, which allows us to free up time for officers to be responsive to crime issues, and also allows those same officers to be free to respond to emergency calls for service. We regularly get positive feedback about our community service officers and all the good work that they're doing. I think that they're an integral part of this department. Just citing one example, it was early last year or late the year before, when we first had CSOs come on live. They helped develop some information in a shooting case that happened in town, and the detectives used that information from them doing neighborhood canvasses to identify some suspects in that. They also have been tremendous in helping in our evidence room, our community relations efforts, our records department, and pretty much any other task that kind of comes our way. So they've been really amazing for us. And with that, we'll move to the next slide. And I'll pass it off to Chief Sherrard.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Brian Sherrard, proudly serving as your fire chief. It's my pleasure tonight to go over some of the major accomplishments and work plan items, as well as challenges that we'll be facing the fire department in this next fiscal year. Similar to Chief Hernandez, I mean, this list by no means is all of the things that were accomplished. It's just a small segment of some of the things that we're most proud of within the fire department and some of the major projects that we have undertaken over the last year. We'll start at the top. We completed all the requirements, created a billing policy, and all the training necessary for the majority of the personnel needed in order to put the ambulance in service. So as you recall, this process started close to 4 years ago, prior to me coming on as the fire chief, and we're now getting close to having all the elements in place for us to contemplate putting that ambulance in service. There's many not only county, but state and federal guidelines and requirements that have to be met prior to being able to put an ambulance in service. And so we're proud to say that we're very close to being able to do that. As you know, with your support, we had the approval of rebuilding fire station number 2, and we were able to open the temporary fire station, conduct a minor amount of tenant improvements for that crew to use that station. Most importantly, that station is just down the street from the original fire station number 2, which allowed us to continue to provide a high level of service to that region within the fire department and those constituents that live in that area. And we're proud to say that the new station construction did actually already begin. They started, the other station was torn down, and the groundwork for the new station began in January of this year, with an expected completion of the new station early in 2022. We purchased, trained, and put in service our new self-contained breathing apparatus. That's the air tanks that the firefighters wear when they are facing hazardous atmospheres, not just house fires, but chemicals and hazardous materials calls, confined space, all of those things. Not only is it an expensive purchase for us, but it's actually a piece of equipment that has a long service life, and technology changes over the years. And so these new SCBA are digitalized. They contain a lot of new aspects that allow the firefighters to have higher level of personal accountability. It allows, through digital displays, a higher level of awareness of where they're at as far as their air consumption, as well as provide the ability for the incident commanders to monitor from a remote basis the status of the firefighters. So we're really proud to have those units being put into service, and thank you for the council support. We completed another fire academy, graduating 6 firefighter paramedics. That in itself, it's the second time in 2 years that we were able to have an academy that graduated 6 firefighters at one time, which is very rare for a city the size of Milpitas. But what we're most proud of was the fact that this was actually a collaboration with the South Bay Regional Public Safety Training Consortium, which is the first time that we've ever done that. It's very common on the law enforcement side to work with that group. But we were able to create a fire academy that worked well for us, worked well for them. The collaboration was great. The product that was delivered was excellent. And we were able to graduate all 6 firefighter paramedics at a cost that was much reduced to the city without reducing the level of training that we received from during that academy. So we're very, very proud of that. As everyone's well aware, COVID-19 and the pandemic has been on our minds for the majority of 2020. And we were very proud that we initiated and operated not only the only mobile fire department testing unit in Santa Clara County, but we also supported the fixed COVID-19 testing facility that was operated by the county within the city of Milpitas. This was no small undertaking. We were able to test thousands of not only citizens, but city employees, as well as other essential workers, not just public safety, but other essential workers from other areas within the county, so we could get them back to work sooner and in order for them to continue to serve their constituents. And a lot of that was due to the fact that we have a very good, close working relationship with one of our local manufacturers, Igenix, and their turnaround time on the testing results is much quicker than what we were seeing across not just other testing facilities within the county, but across the state. I'm excited that we've initiated not just a citywide, but actually an effort has been made to institute a countywide data analytics system. It's called Intera, has multiple different modules, which I could go into with great detail, but I won't. But essentially there's a module that allows with operations that allows for a higher level of awareness, situational and status awareness for our incident commanders to know not only what calls are occurring, but where our resources are and how to better deploy those resources. It has a module that allows us to pre-plan the buildings that exist within the city. So when there are incidents that occur in those buildings, our firefighters have a higher level of awareness of where the hazards are, where the essential services are, such as sprinkler systems, fire department access, fire department control panels, and sprinkler systems, etc. And then finally, it has a data analytics module, which we will use and will use extensively to allow us to drive our business, not just from a standpoint how we think we are actually performing or where we think our problems are, but using the actual data to drive our decisions and be a more data-driven department, and use those metrics in order to support the decisions that we're making now, and also allow us to create and situate the fire department to be successful in the future, not just based on call volume, but call type, locations of calls, traffic, congestion, population. All of those items are included. And I would be remiss if I didn't include that this isn't just a public safety related type of a product. You could add any layer that you could think of into this system, and it could be used by other departments. You could add fire hydrants, trees, water flows, power lines, just about anything that you can think of, including financial data, in order for us to make better decisions all the way across the city. So we're very, very excited about the implementation of that system. And then finally, this is going to be something that's going to be a reoccurring theme. You'll see it, not just, you saw it last year, you'll see it this year, you'll see it again next year, but improved employee wellness. And this year we were able to, with the support of council and the city manager's office, get the funding to conduct the first ever department provided annual medical physicals for all of our firefighters. And this is a very, very key element for us, not only to monitor the health of the firefighters now, but to identify ways that we can keep them healthy, not just while they're employed, but well into retirement, so they can be, happy, healthy, contributing members of the department now and into their retirement, as well as get in front of and identify problems before they become serious, so we can get those things taken care of and we can get the folks back to work sooner, which lowers our workers' compensation rates and has a inverse impact on our overtime budget in a positive way. Next slide. Turn it back over to the police chief.
Yep, so we're back to me. Thanks, Brian. We're back to me for the first, for the bullet points here. So starting off with the records management system. In 2019, we published a request for proposal to replace our RMS system. We had 3 vendors that participated in that process and also conducted demonstrations for the evaluation team. We're currently in the grading process for those demonstrations and those vendors. We expect to have an idea of who to award the bid for around March. And the ultimate objective is to have it fully functional no later than December of 2021. That's the goal. Employee wellness, along the lines of what Chief Sherrard just spoke about, officer wellness and safety, it was recognized as a critical component to policing and President Obama's task force on 21st century policing. And officer wellness, it is important, and building resilient officers is important, but wellness is really, it's beyond officers. It should be included in all employees and professional staff as well, because they're all impacted by the things that we deal with and see on a daily basis, plus life stresses. There's so many different components to wellness. The ultimate goal in having a robust program is to reduce stress, limit stress-induced trauma, increase mental health and physical fitness for our staff. There's a lot of research in this area. having a good program in place, it improves effectiveness at work. It improves our employees' ability to deal with stress. It improves decision-making, which in the police world leads to better trust and better decisions and better community relationships. And then like Chief Sherrard mentioned, it's also an area where we can use to reduce claims and worker compensation issues. We do have some measures in place through our peer support team and our police chaplain, but really what we'd like to do is enhance the employee wellness services that we already have and support a culture of mental, physical, and spiritual well-being with our employees. And that's across the board, all employees. The ICAT training, I mentioned that earlier. We're about 85% complete with the ICAT training for officers. We expect to be done with that project around March. It won't end there. We're going to continue doing maintenance training either biannually or quarterly. We're still working out the details for that. To date, we're 63% done in training dispatchers in CIT. We are 100% done in teaching them in de-escalation tactics. So this is some work that we're looking forward to getting done with our staff and then continuing with future staff as well. Expanding the ALPR project as well as citywide cameras. I mentioned earlier in a previous slide that we currently have 20 ALPRs deployed. Our goal is to expand the ALPR project by an additional 15 license plate readers. What that would allow us to do is cover the ingress and egress points of the city, which would be beneficial to know when crime cars are coming into town and crime cars are leaving town. Future phases of development for the overall project will include citywide cameras. Those cameras, they'll be strategically deployed based on crime data and statistics and making sure that we're getting the most value of where those cameras are. The technology, there's some research to be done, but there's some really robust technology out there. For example, one vendor, they have the ability for their camera systems to report crimes or incidents based on predefined criteria. Using an example that they use, if you have an area, let's say it's a closed park, it will recognize that a person is in the park based on what it sees, and then it will report that to dispatch, which would then allow you to set an officer to go and deal with whatever that issue is. They are currently working on algorithms that identify drunk drivers. Basically, the camera looks for the same indicators that a police officer would look, and it would alert an officer, hey, there may be potentially a drunk driver over here, which allows an officer to be deployed and look into it. And the other thing that that same company is doing is developing audio detection technology that can also alert dispatch when certain sounds are heard, whether it be a glass break, gunshots, and the other one that they're really working on right now as well is the sound of cars doing burnouts, because a lot of the sideshow activity that's happening in different areas of the country. So we're really excited of where that project can take us. It's really in the infancy stages, but we expect to have some really good things moving forward as we continue through that work plan item. Supporting continuous professional development for our supervisory staff. Department-wide, there's training requirements that we need to meet for all officers, and we continue to do that. However, focusing on supervisory staff right now is really important because the majority of our last 9 retirements have been supervisors and command staff members. And as a result, almost all of our supervisory staff right now has 2 years or less in their current role. So we want to make sure that we're focusing on developing and mentoring those supervisors to ensure that they're current on best practices. And then also so they could in turn appropriately supervise the line level staff that we have. Collaborative efforts here with stakeholders in developing a juvenile offender program. I think this one is really, really good as well. One of the focuses moving forward that is going to be important to me is engagement with our teens and our youth. I think we do a good job of it already, but I'm really interested in expanding our reach to some of the youth that might not be making the best choices. And when I was young, here in the city of Milpitas, and even when I was a police explorer, we had a unit called the Youth Service Bureau. And that unit worked closely with probation to keep certain youth offenders out of the juvenile justice system. And it really helped those kids that were making bad choices to get back on the right track. And I think it's time that we bring back a similar initiative as YSB. Although YSB was localized to police and probation departments, I think that there's an opportunity to really expand something and make it better than what we had in the past. And what I would like to do is bring other contributors into the conversation, including Parks and Rec through their social service coordinator, the Milpitas Unified School District, obviously the probation department. They'll have to have a say in that because they oversee the juvenile justice system. And then also community organizations. I think they should have a voice and a role in whatever it is that's developed, whether it be our youth groups in town, our faith-based organizations, our organized groups like NAACP, the business community. I think there's a lot of opportunity. And I think together we can develop a really, really great program that can be impactful, that's well-designed with a good curriculum that teaches young people life skills and incorporates mentorship and team building. And I think that if we make these investments in our youth now, that long-term we'll reap the benefits and see crime reductions in the future. And so that's one that I'm really excited about. I'm looking forward to seeing what the focus group can come up with. And I hope to report back some really great accomplishments in the future with a program like that. Next slide, please. I think I have the first, nope, this is Chief Gerard.
As you're going to see, there's a lot of overlap between the public safety items, and either Chief Hernandez or I could probably speak equally as well to many of these. But as I mentioned before, this is going to be a continued focus for us, not just within public safety, but across the city, enhance employee safety. And that doesn't mean just physical safety and, physical wellness and health. It also includes mental health and identifying ways for us to become more emotionally competent, resilient, and healthy in multiple different ways. And I'll give you an example. The fire department was working collaboratively with a yoga company that had tailored their program specifically for firefighters and included elements of stretching and movements that would focus on areas that were typically injured within firefighters, but also contained elements of stress relief, mental focus, which allows that mental or that the emotional component to be addressed at the same time as you're being physically active. So we're excited to continue to look for ways for us to do that. And then also continue to rely on the programs that we already have in place. I know Chief Hernandez already mentioned when we have significant incidents, relying on chaplains and folks that are trained in addressing that post-traumatic stress type symptom, both very early on and then later on as you move through those elements, and whether that's a diffusing or a debriefing, and getting people to talk about the feelings and letting them know that it's okay to feel the way that they do and to reach out, and that way that they can recover more quickly from that type of tragic event. The Intera system, I already explained to you that completing the implementation of that's not just within the city, that's a major collaborative effort between the fire department, the dispatch center, PD, IT, and that's just within the city. And then as it's rolled out across the county, all the other fire departments, all the other dispatch centers, all have to be connected in order for us to share seamlessly our data across city lines, so we're better able to serve the constituents regardless of where they actually live. And as a public safety professional, our motto really is to, do everything we can to serve the public in the best way possible. And that's a reciprocal system. When our resources are drained, we will rely on our neighbors around us and vice versa. And this will allow us to better monitor those situations and deploy our resources in a much more data-driven and effective manner. Already talked about the ambulance. We're excited about being able to implement the ambulance and move forward with that when we have the people trained and when we have the finances and the personnel available to do so. Prioritize and implement recommendations included in the emergency management program assessment, depending on funding and availability. As you recall, the council received the emergency management report that was conducted by Whit O'Brien. There was hundreds of recommendations within that report, some of which are critical. We've already developed a plan in which we are going to be addressing those, starting with the most critical items and then working our way down. Some of those have budgetary items attached to them. Some of them are training items. Some of them are updating of manuals. And we're going to be diligently working through those items. And we will be keeping not only city manager's office, but the council updated on how we are doing as we are moving through those items to make sure that we're prepared for any type of incident, regardless of the size and scope. Fire station number 2, we talked about the construction is already beginning, and we're going to be working collaboratively with not only our internal stakeholders, but external stakeholders to ensure that that station construction remains on time and on budget. And we'll be excited. Hopefully the pandemic is over and we'll be able to hold a open house and celebrate the opening of that fire station that's over 52 years old. So it's well overdue, and it's going to serve our firefighters and our citizens well into the future. And then finally, we're going to continue to support our Emergency Operations Center and the COVID-19 pandemic, whether that's testing or vaccination initiatives. We're going to do everything we can to help support the county and the city and our city workers in providing services that help not only keep our people healthy, but get them back to work quicker should they come down with any type of an illness. So we're going to work hard with, like I said, the county, the federal government, and also continue to identify ways that any initiative that we do undertake, that there's funding, reimbursement funding that's available either through the county or the federal government to help minimize any impact that there is to the city of Milpitas and our operating budget that might limit other initiatives that we have that are priorities within the city and the fire department. Next slide.
So operational impacts due to COVID, I think that a lot of those are pretty well known. I don't know that there's a whole lot to say here other than for public safety specifically, and I'll speak for both police and fire on this particular point, is that one of the major things here is that if we have an employee that contracts the virus, they're going to be out for several days. It's not like, they're only out for a day or two. It's going to have a much greater impact. The other thing is that if that particular employee that's infected had potentially exposed other employees, then we have a whole group of folks that we may have to put out on quarantine. And when you work shift work, that can potentially affect an entire shift. That's just one example of many of the operational constraints that we're experiencing with COVID-19 right now. It's unpredictability and how it impacts us with no warning. The budget shortfall requiring the holding of positions, obviously prior to COVID, citywide, we're having a lot of growth. We're expanding services to the community, but we're in a much different fiscal situation now than where we were pre-COVID. And unfortunately, it's going to require holding positions vacant to get through it. But we've been in this similar situation in the past. We'll get through it again. At times, resources might be stretched thin, but we'll continue to make adjustments and ensure that we're providing core services to the community. Succession planning, I touched on that already. We do have some things in place currently, but it is still a challenge, and I'm continuing to work with my command staff in developing a succession plan and a training plan for our current supervisors that are new to their roles. And with that, I'll pass it on to Chief Sherrard.
I'll just be really brief. All the divisions in fire department have ongoing workload capacity gaps, and those are being exacerbated by providing some of the things that we've already talked about: the COVID-19 testing, the training for onboarding the ambulance, as well as the SCBA, as well as the ongoing EMS and fire mandatory training that we have within the fire department. And then also enforcing the continually changing county health orders. So every time the state or the county changes the health order, we have folks that have to interpret that, change the way that we provide information out to our businesses and the community, and then enforcing those orders. And that's been an ongoing challenge for us. Finally, staffing shortages due to long-term and short-term injury, illness, retirements, and COVID-19 have dramatically affected our personnel and our overtime budget. And that just goes without saying. We've had a number of retirements. We currently have 5 vacancies and 5 or 6 people that are off on short and long-term vacancy or on injury. So that has a significant impact on a department that has 63 people that are on the line. So that will continue to be an issue for us moving forward. Next slide.
So thank you, Chiefs, for your presentation, work plan, and the accomplishments. As you can see, the public safety departments are doing amazing work for the community, not just shown in those pictures when I kicked it off, but really in the work they do every day to keep us safe on the police side as well as the fire side. Before we start in this budget consideration slide, that's what I've been talking about in my presentation the last few moments or minutes or hours, so we're probably in the second hour already. These are the thoughts we have right now, what we need to do to balance the budget. This is where we seek input from the council about what policy input. And these are ones the following we're looking at right now. We're looking at temporarily reduce the staffing, the fire prevention, so 2 vacant positions. Although we are very excited by the ambulance, we've worked hard on it for the last few months and years. We are considering, I would like to delay the deployment of the ambulance because it's a service which we have not provided to the community yet. We just need to, that's our consideration right now. Looking at temporarily reducing staffing the police with a focus on minimal operational impact that is key to us. And then there's a capital improvement program, which the police department has accumulated funds for. About 75% of funding has been identified. And we are looking at potentially funding this through the general government CIP, but it will be pretty much general fund dollars of about $300,000 one time. These are the budget considerations for the police department and the fire department. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Walter. So I'll speak to this next CSA. The Community Services and Sustainable Infrastructure CSA has 3 departments, part of engineering, public works, and rec and community services. And here's some pictures you can see of the projects on this slide with the Montague Piper pedestrian overcrossing. You see the site for Fire Station 2 that the chief talked about, the skate park, the interior of the Alviso Adobe project, as well as Creighton Park. Next slide, please. And so the 3 directors of the departments are again going to tag team on the slide, and I'll speak to some of the overarching operational considerations and budget considerations. So Steve Erickson, if you want to start off.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to oversee the engineering department. So the accomplishments this fiscal year will include the completion of 14 capital improvement programs that engineering will do. The total is about $16.8 million in cost, and these were completed on time and within budget. I won't go over all 14, but some examples are the recently completed skate park, the new sports center, snack shack, and restroom building, traffic signal at McCarthy Boulevard, and Creighton Park. This next year, we'll also have 5 CIP projects that we'll award for construction. The estimated cost of these 5 are $22.6 million. And these projects would include Fire Station number 2 replacement that construction has started, McCandless Park construction, and our annual street resurfacing project. Engineering will also continue with updating our GIS asset information system to address a backlog of approximately 15 years of record drawing information. We also coordinate with other agencies for completion of projects within the city. This would include the Valley Transportation Authority for the completion of Montague Piper Drive pedestrian bridge, which will be completed in April of this year. The Valley Water District has several flood control projects in the city that will be awarded for construction this year. This includes work for Calera Creek, Lower Penitencia Creek, and Lower Berryessa. We're also coordinating with the city of San Jose for the resurfacing of Landis Avenue from Piedmont Road west to State Route 680. With that said, I will turn it over to Tony Enda of Public Works.
Thank you, Steve, and good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm going to pick up the next 2 bullet points on this slide. And this next slide item here, we worked in partnership with our engineering department in working with BACMed for a odor study. So we have in Public Works, we're operating and doing a community odor study, even through the pandemic and also through the fires of this summer, we're able to still manage to continue to collect the data. We presented this information to a couple of the commissions, and some of you folks have seen this, and we'll be rolling this out fairly very soon. So looking forward to getting this out to the community so the rest of the folks can see this. And the last item there, just wanted to talk through this one just very briefly. An effort that took almost 2 years to get accomplished. This is a project that was awarded back in October by Council for energy and water conservation measures. I'm happy to say that this project, not only will it modernize our city with LED lights, not just our sports parks, our streets, and our city facilities, but also upgrade all of our water features, our water meters throughout the city, upgrade our water meters inside city buildings, and result in a lot of savings to our city. We're looking at a potential savings of over $1 million a year as a part of implementing this project. So really thankful for Council for taking the bold step to approve this project. I'm also proud that this project itself was also qualified for up to $1.98 million in incentives and grants. 700 of those dollars came from SVCE. We were the biggest winners of that pie for grant money. So really happy about the work that we did there and happy that Council took the bold step to approve a project of that magnitude. Next slide. And on that same front, again, a lot of the work that we do is not in isolation, working in partnership with the engineering department and with finance to secure the bonds necessary for key infrastructure projects in the city, notably the Fire Station 2, which you heard about already, and also the resiliency projects. As part of that project that we're doing for the energy and water conservation savings, we have a huge effort going in at the city hall complex, at the senior center, and at the community center. We really wanted to make sure there's a resiliency put in place there so the lights don't go out on our seniors and our kids that use those facilities as a resource. Happy to say that as part of approval of that project that Council did in October, we're going to be having battery backup systems installed on those facilities, generation systems put on those facilities, and solar, which will allow the facilities to remain operational even during a power outage. And we've seen how devastating those power outages can be for our community at large. And now I'll turn it over to Renee Lorenzen in Recreation to continue on the rest.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. The next bullet is that Recreation Community Services led and supported various efforts regarding COVID-19 testing, masks, and food distribution. At the beginning of the pandemic, we organized individual service groups conducting individual mask making and distribution efforts. We moved them into a centralized group effort with the Milpitas Mask Campaign. We created clearinghouse email accounts for the community requests, media information, and helped them secure donations to keep the effort going. We organized the partnership with the City Milpitas Unified School District and Second Harvest Food Bank for the food distribution site at the Milpitas High School that still serves 2 times a month. We set up that volunteer base, distributed information to families and seniors citywide on the program. This is now one of Second Harvest Food Bank's most busy sites, handing out over handing out food to over 1,000 households per day, with over 80% of those households served living in Milpitas. Recreation and Community Services also staffed the county's library, sports center, and community center pop-up testing sites and the city's mobile COVID testing program. We provided traffic control, patient check-in, specimen labeling, and whatever else helped the on-site testing staff. We also set up the back-end online appointment services for the city mobile COVID testing sites. We set up and staffed a new COVID hotline, making appointments for people and their families, as well as directing them to food services, housing, mask needs, and other social services appointments and needs. Our senior lunch program continued to serve and switched to a to-go format, and we've handed out over 18,000 meals since the onset of the pandemic last March. We continue to provide high-quality recreation and social services opportunities to the community via a combination of virtual and in-person services to support our residents and provide healthy and safe activity outlets for the mind and the body. We were one of the first cities in the Bay Area to set up a virtual community center offering online resources, class programs, crafts, fitness classes, virtual tips, programs for teens, and most recently, the virtual Milpitas Youth Force program. Special events and flag raisings were moved online as well, along with a few drive-through events for milk and cookies, senior resource fairs, and health fairs, and pumpkins in the park to help maintain some things that the community is used to keep their lives feeling stable. We planned and hosted 6 mental health virtual town halls in multiple languages for both youth and adults, covering topics like suicide awareness, depression, stressing and anxiety, loneliness during the holidays, and several more coming up over the next couple months. We received $34,479 in grant monies for youth engagement initiatives that include and encourage early voter registration and voter participation, as well as youth education in all forms of smoking for our residents. We formed a new 501c3 to help leverage outside funding and support for recreation and community services programs and events. We just received the final letter last Monday, giving us the designation of nonprofit, and we're very excited to get started on projects with the new foundation. And lastly, we continued working with the consultants and Milpitas Historical Society on the future site and docent and field trip program at the Alviso Adobe. Those efforts are helping to write and sculpt the stories that will be told and depicted through imagery and experience to the visitors to the site. Next slide. And I think I'm turning that over.
Yes, so Steve Erickson's gonna take over.
So as I had mentioned earlier, we've been working with several of the outside agencies such as VTA, City of San Jose, Valley Water District to modernize and update some longstanding agreements with these agencies for work within the city. For the last, since the beginning of November, the engineering staff has begun the implementation of a new five-year capital improvement program. So it'll be an all new look this year. New book, and so I'm going to be excited to present that to you next month during the CIP budget study session. But it's been a lot of work for the engineering department to get to that stage. This next year, we'll also be making significant progress on construction of Fire Station number 2, as well as McCandless Park, both of which are anticipated to be completed within next 2022 or 2023, respectively. We will be initiating the design and construction phases for up to 12 different capital improvement program projects. The value of this is about $18 million. These projects include a signage inventory for our roadway signage, again, our annual street resurfacing, and several plan line projects within the city. We'll be completing various capital projects, including the enhanced crosswalk beacon radar speedback signage project that is currently underway. Again, as long as a resurfacing project, repair of, or actually Curtis Well assessment, and the exhibit phase for the interior restoration for the Alviso Adobe. And as I mentioned earlier, the Montague Expressway Piper Drive pedestrian overcrossing bridge project that VTA is overseeing the construction that will be completed April of this year. Both engineering and public works will also complete several master plan projects or updates to existing master plans for sewer, water, storm drain, utilities, parks and recreation, bicycle, pedestrian, and trail facilities. Next slide, please.
And continuing on with our discussions of the work plan that we're going to continue on for FY21. So out of the Public Works Department, as we mentioned earlier, continue to implement the approved projects that the council approved for energy and water conservation measures. We should start seeing a lot of movement coming here really soon on our street lights. Again, those street lights replace the LEDs. Should see a lot of work going on in your parks, and we should send out notices very soon here for the water meter replacements at residents' homes. So a lot of exciting stuff going to be happening on this front, and we're really looking forward to the savings that are coming to the city. Regarding the climate action plan, this is an effort that council again approved as part of the CIP a few years back. And then last year we were able to execute a contract with a consultant to do this work for us. This is an item that back in 2013, council approved the previous climate action plan. And that only charted us a roadmap up until 2020. So as you all know, we're past 2020 now, and we need to chart our next path for 2030 and 2040 and the years to come. These are maps that we have to chart for ourselves to meet state mandates. So it's something that we have to do. But it also, by doing this effort here, really is going to promote us and allow us to collect a lot of grants for moving efforts forward and reducing our greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a big effort. It's something that really we have to do, and we're really excited about the work that's been going on so far in that effort. The other item that to really discuss here is our pilot parking and street sweeping program. We've made presentations to the transportation subcommittee on this item here, and the residents in the key neighborhoods should start seeing signs going up. We actually have some signs going up right now, but we're just covering those up in the meantime until we're ready to really start with the program. This is a big effort to really beautify our city. That's number one, but also it's going to really help eliminate the amount of debris and rubbish that flows into our creeks and really keeping our creeks safe. So it's a big effort that we're really put in place here. We've got some pilot areas put together, and we're hoping that the folks really work with us to really move their cars out the way when the time comes for the street sweeping day. So just the folks that are out there, when you see those signs, pay attention to the day that's out there and get your car moved to the other side so we can get the street swept properly. And the last thing I just want to talk about here is our tree planting program. Trees are a great thing, and not only do they help us with reducing our greenhouse gas emissions, actually, but also with beautifying our city. We went through an effort last year with completing an urban forest management plan, really defining the plant species that are right for the specific areas in our city. And by doing this, now we have a good roadmap going forward of what type of trees we should be planting in what areas in the city. So out of the Public Works Department, we'll be working to continue our efforts of planting the right trees in the right places in the city based on our urban forest management plan.
Okay, so I'll continue the rest of the slide. So some of our major work plan items are to continue to implement the Milpitas Assistance Program. We really want to track levels and trends after two full enrollment cycles. Unfortunately, the pandemic interrupted the first two, so we're looking forward to a following year where we might see some normalcy. Either way, staff has qualified over 500 households and counting, and these monies are providing access to our residents on their water utilities, recreation programs, and their home heating and cooling permit waivers for Building and Housing Department. We're implementing the Senior Digital Literacy Laptop Loaner Program, which actually kicks off tomorrow, handing off our first Chromebooks. We've already qualified 25 seniors, and one of our participants that's getting their computer tomorrow is 96 years young and has told us that he's very excited to get his computer so he can finally connect with his family. And lastly, we want to implement the safe return of in-person city services, events and programs and trainings, all of course in accordance with the county and state orders. Next slide.
Thank you, Renee. So I'll just quickly go over some of the operational challenges and budget considerations for this CSA. So of course, the pandemic is basically impacting all departments, all city departments. But in this one, for in-person work activities, there is an impact because of staggered staffing and social distancing needs. Other key challenges in the CSA: lack of dedicated revenue sources to fund major infrastructure We'll be talking about this more at our February 11th study session on the CIP, but we have looked, as Walter mentioned, we have looked to address our fiscal situation by deferring several CIP projects. Then Walter also talked about freezing of positions, and this also has an impact on our ability to deliver services. We have frozen over about a dozen positions, full-time positions across the CSA. We continue to have new and ongoing state mandates, mostly unfunded, that affect our workload and funding, and this is related to utilities as well as other infrastructure. And then accessibility to data. So we have historically not kept our asset information updated and currently in the process of doing so, but in the interim, we still face challenges in terms of being able to access that. Next slide, please. And so here are some of the budget considerations in this CSA. Most of these you'll see relate to recreation and community services. We are looking at reducing some staffing capacity in across the departments, the other departments as well. But in recreation, we are looking at sort of events and then of course associated staffing with that. Due to lower demand or kind of pivoting from the way we provide services, maybe looking at discontinuing some community events. We are considering a one-time kind of suspension of 4th of July celebrations because we don't anticipate being able to have a large gathering this year, but that will continue next year. And so here's something we'll be looking for feedback on the council on these areas. Also from the library, we have heard from the county that they may have to decrease their funding levels, which may mean a reduction in library hours if we keep our funding levels the same as we have this year. And so we'll go on to the next CSA. And Steve McCarris is going to start that one. The next
Thank you. Thank you, Ashwini. So I do have the community development CSA, and this photo or this slide is actually showing work that is done across that CSA. In the upper left, you'll see a new traffic signal going in. That's part of a development project, Senior Lifestyles in South Main Street. Left center, you'll see some images about our ongoing business assistance programs. And lower center, you see a new mixed-use project that was just recently completed. It's 316 residential units, 5,000 square feet of commercial space with a 7-story parking structure. And to the right, you'll see lower right, you'll see some new sidewalks being paved again as part of a senior lifestyle project. All those images are run through the community development CSA. So in brief, community development provides the coordinated citywide planning, safety, compliance, community and business assistance efforts, developing and implementing our land use plans, infrastructure plans. They work with all the private development entitlement, the building plan review and permitting, code life safety regulations, code enforcement, business assistance, and support through economic development. As I mentioned, the CSA spans a number of departments, which are planning, building, housing, code enforcement, engineering, land development, fire marshal, and economic development. Next slide. I think we're going to switching over to Sharon.
The host would like to join you. Your microphone. You can press star to mute.
Hello? Sharon, your audio is not okay, so we may have to give you some time to come back, or maybe Steve, if you want to just highlight.
Well, Sharon, if you're listening, Mayor Tran here, if you have 2 different electronic devices you're using for the Zoom, possibly, you may not, but if you just so happen to have 2 separate devices, you want to separate them as much as possible. I find that sometimes is the feedback, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Maybe you can chat with IT in the meantime, Ashwini.
I can go ahead and pick up this slide for Sharon.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So let me take a look here. So we've got continued development review, permitting, as I mentioned, inspection functions.
Okay. So I'm sorry, can you hear me right now?
No, you've got an echo still.
Okay.
So I'm just going to pick up where I left off. So that first bullet is really covering what I just covered. The The permit system is being kicked off. That's an upgrade to the permit system for building. Planning also takes advantage of that along with land development. And that is being conducted to optimize process workflow. We have the rent relief program allocating $151,000 and assisted 32 households with 109 residents. We've secured $70,000 in a competitive federal grant that's actually been added to the rent relief program to further assist our residents. As you know, the council endorsed the 2020-2025 community plan to end homelessness, which is the county-wide community plan. And staff has presented homeless response and prevention, approval for homeless outreach and assessment, mobile shower, working toward mobile shower implementation and laundry services for the homeless. We've completed a long-range participation in ABAG and the RENA methodology and allocation. That is essentially the region's allocation to the city of Milpitas to plan for a certain specified number of units into the future. And that's occurring through our planning and our infrastructure planning across the city. We've also received $610,000 in state grants, complements of Senate Bill 2 and a LEAP grant to streamline housing production and create development handbook and online resources for ADUs, which are accessory dwelling units. Next slide. The next slide will go on to Ned Thomas, our planning director.
Thank you, Steve. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will be very brief. I'm Ned Thomas, your planning director, and tomorrow night we will take the general plan, long-awaited general plan, to the Planning Commission for a recommendation to the council, and then it is scheduled to come to you on February 23rd in a special meeting to adopt our general plan and certify the EIR. We're very excited to complete this work and get on with the work of implementation. As you're well aware, we're in probably about the middle of our work on the Metro specific plan. We will be also meeting with you again on February 2nd for the second of 3 study sessions to look at the policy framework. So we're well underway with that project, and you are aware of the details. And then as we finish work on the general plan, that will free up some capacity for staff to we're already underway. We've got a draft request for proposals ready to go, but we're looking forward to circulating that in the next few months. And we hope to initiate work on the Midtown update, which we expect will be renamed the Main Street Calaveras Gateway specific plan. And we'll be working with you on that over the next year. As you're also aware, in the past year, we brought forward to you a 44-unit residential infill project at the Sunny Hills neighborhood. That was a work in progress for a number of months, and we were happy to wrap that up. And I understand that work is underway, and they've now shifted over to working with the building department on their building permits, and that's a great project. And I'll switch it over to Steve Erickson, I believe, for the next bullet point, and then to Alex.
I think it's, we can go to Alex. We did the green infrastructure plan. So maybe Alex, you can just start, just given the time, we want to kind of be brief.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. Alex Andrade here with Economic Development. Typically, as an economic developer, I'd like to be optimistic and give you really, really good news, but you're very well aware that things changed dramatically last March due to the pandemic. We looked at an unemployment rate of 2.5% for many years and increased to almost 13%. So clearly things have changed for sales tax and hotel tax. And obviously we're trying to get people back to work. Anyway, our economic development strategy was approved last May. And as you know well, it's a policy document intended to guide our economic development initiatives for the next 5 years. We've been steadfast in implementing our economic development strategy since its approval, and we actually have already implemented some of the strategies and implementation actions, or we're actually underway on many of those. So in terms of major accomplishments this fiscal year, the City Council approved the Milpitas Micro Enterprise Grant Program in early August. We're very proud of this program. We utilized $200,000 of community development block grant funds, resulting in 48 microenterprise businesses receiving $5,000 in grants. And this is pretty vital for, as a lifeline for them to stay afloat. The microenterprise grant program was evaluated by a Stanford University undergraduate cohort, which saved the city not only time, but an expense of doing a similar type of a successful evaluation. We have been very prolific in our business assistance and communication during the pandemic. For example, we have hosted, just in the last few months, we've hosted 3 webinars for business resiliency and recovery. In October, we hosted our 4th annual manufacturing day. And then just last month, we actually have hosted 2 different webinars guiding your business through the pandemic with various city departments. And we partnered with the Small Business Development Center, NorCal, on a webinar called Small Business Town Hall, COVID-19 in the next 30 days of your business. During the current fiscal year, we've responded to over 135 business assistance requests. Many of course, require multiple communications. We've issued 44 constant contact messages in total. We just issued one today related to moving away from the regional stay-at-home order and going back to the blueprint for a safer economy. But since this current fiscal year, we have issued 26 constant contact messages. And in regards to our website, we obviously want to put forth very valuable business resources, and we have updated our website at least 70 times in the past 6 months. We launched the Milpitas Small Business Spotlight Program as a shop local program. Over 60 businesses were nominated by the Milpitas community for a lottery related to a 90-second promotional video for businesses. 15 businesses were lucky enough to be selected, and we have released 3 videos. These videos were highlighted in the most recent Milpitas Matters publication. You council approved a food delivery service fee cap program, and that was established to relieve economic pressure on our local restaurant community. We've led a regional effort to assist the hotel and travel industries, resulting in a report that's titled Surviving the Pandemic and Building Resilient Hotel and Travel Industries in Silicon Valley. It's a guide for local government and industry leaders. And that's in partnership with our Santa Clara County Economic Recovery Support Function team, as well as the Silicon Valley Economic Development Alliance. And we established a hotel and industry leaders task force. You received an info memo in this respect last week or a couple of weeks ago. And then we continue to be involved in real estate transactions. In November, we purchased property on Tarab Court for a street extension and connection, as well as a park enhancement. And we are going to commence pretty soon another negotiation, which could result in a purchase of another property on Sango Court for a street extension on Jubilee Drive. So with that, I'm gonna ask you to go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So this
Good
goes to
evening,
Sharon.
Mayor, Vice Mayor. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome, Sharon. We can hear you. And good job, Alex. All right.
Alex, please continue.
Well, okay. Okay, so we're still with Alex.
Well, actually, what we have on the slide is related to Sharon. Perhaps we can go to, looks like, well, most of these are Sharon.
Sharon, is your audio working?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you cover the slide for us?
Yes, I can, yes.
Okay, go ahead.
But I wasn't
Thank
sure
you.
if everybody was hearing me.
No, you sound
Okay.
good now. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so for our work plan items for the rest of the fiscal year, we're going to continue to facilitate affordable housing production and preservation. We have been working on this actually prior to the pandemic, and we had to pivot our services quickly. So we're picking this back up is to create this administrative guidelines for the affordable housing ordinance to provide clarification for developers. And we're going to be working on modifying the affordable housing ordinance to add clarity. Then on the housing production front for the longer term, Right now, we're looking at preparing the housing element annual progress report, and we'll be going to council in a few months and be submitting that to HCD. And we're going to continue to monitor the AVAC and HCD process for the proposed RENA methodology and allocation. We have been continuing this past year participating in the Regional Housing Coordination and Planning Collaborative. We're going to continue to do that. And this is a collaborative effort with other jurisdictions in Santa Clara County. And with all of these efforts, we're going to be getting ready to initiate assessment of fair housing. That's part of the housing element update. And then to get ready to prepare for the next housing element as well. On the homeless front, we'll be continuing to work with the county and other nonprofit partners and the community to address homelessness. In coordination with the county, we'll be implementing the homeless outreach assessment and street-based case management services. In coordination with We Hope, we'll be implementing the Dignity on Wheels mobile shower and laundry services for unhoused Milpitas residents. We have been working on the contracts with multiple rounds of review and comments with these service providers. So we anticipate executing the contract soon. We will be going forward to council with the CDBG efforts. We're starting to conduct CDBG outreach, and we'll be going through the application process and allocation process. And after that, we'll be preparing the annual action plan and then submitting that to HUD. For the permit system upgrade, this is going to continue as well. And this is going to be helping all the development services permits to be tracked and to monitor the process for all the different permitting procedures. We'll be looking to expand functionality of the permit system, integrate the permit system with GIS, and also a tighter integration with the electronic plan review system. We'll be looking to create reports so that we can extract data easily. And this is going to be for all development service departments. And this is all going to help improve records management because we're all going to be using the system functions so that all the information and data is in one system and all the information is going to be linked. And this is going to ultimately help improve efficiency, both for staff and also improve service delivery to the development community. And on the safety front, we'll continue to implement building codes and the fire codes in collaboration with the fire prevention team. And the REACH code, that's something the council adopted in 2019, and it became effective in 2020. So we have been continuing to implement that. This is going to help promote green building development and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. I'm going to turn this over to Brian.
So this bullet's about strengthening community outreach and training to enhance confidence, trust, and understanding for key initiatives. And this isn't just about reading the slide. It's really about not only us understanding our business related to things like COVID-19, but how the changes that are happening at the state and the county level and that translate into the city level affect our employees and how we go out and conduct our business, whether that be code enforcement, life safety inspections, fire and safety inspections, and then emergency management programs. All of those are key initiatives for the city for us to make sure that our citizens not only understand what's happening from a global perspective, but what they can do personally to help keep themselves safe, as well as keep their businesses operating in a safe manner, their doors open, and allowing them to continue to operate and bring in revenue to keep their businesses going for the long term.
Okay, so for this last bullet, the engineering department will continue to implement the FEMA CRS, which is Community Rating Service Flood Insurance Program, which provides low cost or lower cost flood insurance for those residents within FEMA's designated special flood hazard zones in Milpitas. As mentioned earlier, we will continue to be coordinating with the Valley Water District for the review of their major flood control projects within the city of Milpitas that will be awarded for construction later this year. Next slide, please.
And many of the projects that we're doing in planning, the long-range planning projects, are multi-year projects. So we've already discussed the Metro Plan, and you're aware of that. We've also discussed Main Street Gateway Plan, which, as I mentioned, will be initiating in July of next year. And the objective design standards are part of the SB2 grant-funded work that we are doing that Steve covered in one of the previous slides. This is the objective design standards are required by state law, and it will. The intent is to streamline housing production across the state. In Milpitas, we will be looking at this for both residential and mixed-use projects. The development handbook and the online ADU toolkit are also funded by the SB2 grant. We very much appreciate having that money from the state, and work is well underway on both of these projects, and we hope to bring something to you very soon on both sides. A lot of it will be, the information will be online. And again, it's to help our development community and residents understand the development review process a little bit better. And for ADUs, we have some very interesting online tool that allows property owners to actually look at their property and see where an ADU will fit and look at different types of designs. So we're very excited to bring that forward as well. And we are also well underway in operationalizing the program for short-term rentals. Of course, the council adopted a short-term rental ordinance several months ago, and we've been working with an outside vendor on this project. There's several aspects to it, both on the planning side for permitting and collecting the permit fee, also in enforcing the ordinance and addressing any issues that might come up with noisy renters and complaints from neighbors and that sort of thing. So we have a very reputable online, the industry specialist that is helping us with that. And the other part of it is in collecting the TOT, which helps the city's bottom line. So we're very anxious to get that program started underway. We have a draft website ready to go, and we just have a few little items that we need to address, and we'll get that underway as well. I'll turn the time over to Alex.
Thanks, Ned. So we will obviously continue implementing our 5-year economic development strategy, rather. We're only in year one. We've done quite a bit, but we will continue, as it really is a roadmap for growth and diversifying the city's economy. So a lot to be done in terms of economic vitality. We are planning a small business resources webinar series with Chris Horton, who works with NorCal Small Business Development Center. We had a conversation today. We're actually planning at a minimum one webinar per month starting next month. And so just to give you a sense of what we're talking about in terms of topics, we'll have a webinar on small business financing, one related to the Small Business Administration, another one that will focus on business resiliency and retooling, as well as a program called Jumpstart, which is specifically for startups. We'll have one on business valuation, and then just ins and outs of selling a business. So those are just a few examples of the technical assistance that we plan to provide. Workforce development, I think I may have mentioned earlier, our unemployment rate hit 13% in April of 2020. Thankfully, we're trending downward since then. It's a positive direction, but as of December 2020, our unemployment rate is still 6.2%. So we need to really try to assist not only our unemployed, but those that are underemployed. So we plan on partnering with NOVA, our Regional Workforce Investment Board, on assessing local workforce needs and skills gaps, and develop a job training based on those learnings. And then another real important component or work item for us is what we're calling a fiscal benefits of employment land study. We will be researching warehouse and distribution centers and office and R&D areas to identify opportunities for converting those types of uses to higher value production, such as technology, office, and R&D uses. The emphasis will be around the innovation district and light industrial zone geographic areas. About a year or so ago, the City Council approved funding for a pilot facade improvement grant program. We were ready to launch the program, but unfortunately COVID hit in March. We had to put a pause on that. However, we recognize that this may not be the right time for this initiative, but we do have a property owner that's interested in investing and improving her Main Street properties, which may lead to economic vitality and getting others to want to invest on their properties. And then the International Trade and Commerce Program, again, was one of those programs we were ready to launch after we approached and gave you a presentation back on February 18th of 2020. We are now ready to go back out. The goal here is to assist the local business community through education and information on the benefits of international trade. We will increase awareness of government resources that help importers, exporters, and investors. With that, we'll go to the next slide, and I believe I'll be handing it over to Steve.
Thank you, Alex. Yes, I have the operational challenges here for the CSA. Those are continued pandemic lockdown causes uncertainty and results in operational impacts. Holding positions vacant impacts ability to deliver services and projects. Frequent changing or shifting of priorities creates inefficiencies and delays in completing staff work assignments. Insufficient timeframes or compressed deadlines can compromise thoroughness and quality of work product. And remote work makes it challenging to build relationships with the corporate community and understand their true impacts to the local economy. Next slide, please. And yeah, so just a few more budget considerations. Reducing our budget considerations for the CSA are reduce staff capacity in land development, potentially reduce staff capacity in planning, reduce temporary staff funding in planning, eliminate the career entry building safety program, and consider establishing a business improvement district, otherwise known as a BID, bid for Main Street infrastructure improvements, branding, and similar items. Next slide.
We'll go into the leadership and strategic support. CSA, and so this includes the city manager's office, including communications, city clerk, finance, HR, IT, and then also really city attorney and city council. In the CSA, you'll hear a presentation from the city attorney as well. You can see photos from some of our past employee appreciation events, looking forward to when we can do them again in person. But if we can go to the next slide. So again, nothing new in terms of the pandemic impacting operations, but one thing to note here for this CSA is that our office does lead the Emergency Operations Center, which has been in full activation since last March. I have been acting as the EOC director. Many of the department directors in this CSA also play a key role. And we've really had to kind of pivot to make changes to our operations to ensure continuity, quickly change how we deliver services, and to move everybody to virtual environments, and then keeping up with all of the regulations to ensure compliance has taken many, many hours of work. This CSA obviously supports all the other CSAs. It also has some external facing services, but really internally, it plays some key roles in supporting every other department in providing services to the community. We also lead several cross-departmental programs and initiatives through this CSA. So some examples include the IT Steering Committee, citywide teams for grants and communications. We have an employee team for returning to the workplace safely called COVID Safe at Work, or CSAW, as well as a citywide GIS team that coordinates across departments. And so I'll hand over to Janine now to walk you through some of the next bullets.
Thank you, Ashwini. Janine Sayre, HR Director. With COVID, there have been many changing COVID protocols, all designed to prevent the spread of COVID, to keep employees safe. And from time to time, that's meant that there have been conflicting protocols or legislative changes, as well as implementing OSHA regulations and policies and procedures. HR collaborated with IT in developing the employee health check app, again, designed to keep employees safe from coming to the workplace if they were exhibiting COVID symptoms. We did provide COVID prevention training to all supervisors and managers and line staff so that everyone understands the responsibilities and the actions needed to be taken to comply with those regulations. Aside from COVID, which has taken a tremendous amount of time, HR did, using some professional services, complete some professional development training programs where 140 or so employees participated in a variety of sessions. There were 11 sessions. Some had occurred prior to COVID, and then the remainders of those programs had been completed through December. So they were soft skill development and leadership type of courses. Labor relations continues to be a huge emphasis with the Joint Labor Management Committee meetings, which I instituted to help have that open line of communication with our employee groups to forge those relationships. So then when we have to have those really difficult discussions like the concession bargaining, that we've got that relationship and we can try to brainstorm ways to save some money. When we make policy changes, we have to engage in meet and confer processes, which take considerable amount of time as well. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Liu.
Thank you, Janine. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So for the next bullet, we collaborate with HR and Public Works to develop and roll out an ID scanning devices to various city facilities to better track and provide timely reporting to meet SB 1159 and other COVID-19 regulations. It also integrates with the health check-in apps, as Janine mentioned earlier. The last bullet item, we completed converting over 100 physical servers to virtual servers. So basically going from something you can touch to software-based. This will allow the city to save on servers, power and cooling costs, and also improve uptime because everything is software and it makes backing up and management a lot easier. Next slide, please. With that, I'm going to hand over to Pam with the City Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mike. The City Clerk's Office, the Information Technology and City Manager's Office have worked together in securing and implementing NetFile. It is one of the state-approved online platforms for accepting electronic filings for Form 700s. At the same time, we're also utilizing NetFile as our electronic platform for another FPC filing, the campaign reports. So implementation of NetFile helped our filers by giving the benefits of electronic filing. One is that electronic filers have until 11:59 p.m. of the filing deadline to submit their filing, while paper filers still have until 5 p.m. for the filing deadline to manually submit their filing to the City Clerk's Office. So as of now, we both submit the paper and electronic filing, so we both accept that. Another benefit also is that the campaign report electronic filers also have the benefit through simultaneous submission, since the clerk's office and FPPC receive that electronic filing at the same time, so it benefits the filer. And as of now, to support our electronic filers, the City Clerk's Office teams up with NetFile in providing one-on-one group trainings for Form 700s and campaign reports through teleconferencing. NetFile, City Clerk's Office, and Information Technology also provide customer support through telephone and email. And for our paper filers, City Clerk's Office continues providing telephone and by appointment in-person support as needed. And in terms of our meetings and agendas, which is the bread and butter of the City Clerk's Office, the City Clerk's Office had prepared 35 City Council agendas, agenda packets, and minutes. So these include not just the regular meetings, but also the special meetings. And as of now, the City Clerk's Office is utilizing Unicode meetings, which is a web-based agenda workflow management tool. And
Sharon.
I beg
Okay, thank you, Sharon.
Good,
So
thank you.
we talked already about, oh, sorry, Pam, I'm sorry.
No
We
worries.
talked about the lease revenue bonds, which Tony discussed just previously. You know about the budget system, the OpenGov transparency tool, and you can now download your paycheck from our ERP. So these are changes which you've seen and experienced over the last about 12 months or so. The CAFR, our Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, we passed with an unqualified opinion, so it's a good opinion, it's positive. There are no issues. And then lastly, we streamlined code messages and I think city-owned platforms, infomemos, digital displays, media outreach. I'm sorry, Charmaine, that was your point. Next slide, please. Next slide.
Okay, so HR, we're going to continue to update and revise policies and procedures. That's a big emphasis on trying to get our policies and procedures up to date. Negotiating with our remaining 3 labor groups in an effort to obtain some concessions to address our structural budget deficit per the council direction. Obviously, a very important part as we look at the challenges that we're facing ahead. We are also working on implementing technology upgrades so that we can improve our employee onboarding process and find efficiencies in delivering employee performance appraisals, try and streamline our workflow processes. We do have mandatory trainings that we have to provide to employees regarding sexual harassment prevention program, but we are looking at expanding training to employees as well. Consistent with the theme of employee wellness, we have kind of rolled out a wellness program. We've got a Coast to Coast challenge going on right now, and we're continuing that with our newsletter. And then Mike?
Yeah, so we continue to implement the IT strategic plan, which council approved in June of 2020. Some of the projects on the plans are cybersecurity assessment, GIS master plan, which as Winnie mentioned earlier as well, and also the IT governance. Those are just a couple of the projects. The plan is a 5-year plan. It's a living document as we will continue to evaluate projects and resources to align with city goals. We are working with PD to perform a major upgrade to our computer-aided dispatch, otherwise known as CAD, which include moving all the hosting servers to a more robust platform to better protect against ransomware and malware. Next slide, please.
So we talked about this today, but kicked off the proposed operating budget process in essence with your public meeting here today. Per council direction, we will come back in March with a pension trust fund. And then you approved the procurement ordinance just recently, and then we're going to implement the changes this month and have it effective February 4th.
And just the next couple of bullets, this is kind of new functions for the city clerk's office. We're looking at a centralized process to handle all Public Record Act requests, as well as updating the city's records retention policy, and then the records management kind of systems and processes. And Charmaine, if you can cover the communication.
Mm-hmm. On the communications front, we will continue to engage effective communications with our internal audiences, such as our employees, and external partners, such as the media, community-based organizations, government agencies, and mostly the most important one is our Milpitas community. The next item is a strategic communications plan development is in the works, which is essentially going to be our roadmap to any type of information dissemination from the city. And the last item is we are continuing our work on the community identity and brand study phase 2, which will essentially help us promote our very own city brand and will help positively impact all our service areas. Next slide.
Thank you, Charmaine. So again, you've seen some of these for the other CSAs as well. In this one, we've talked specifically about recruiting, attracting and retaining talented staff. We have a lot of outdated policies and procedures, and there's a lack of capacity in kind of tackling this. We again, for this CSA as well, have frozen some of the positions. And so less staff, a lot of additional workload due to COVID for this particular CSA. And so then we do not have the ability to kind of have staff trained for certain things because of that reduced capacity. And so next slide, please. So on the budget considerations, again, as I mentioned, this CSA does support all other CSAs. So reducing services here will impact other city services as well. But some potential areas for change in the proposed budget are noted on this slide. We are thinking about reducing temporary staff capacity in a couple of areas, and also reducing some administrative staff capacity in the city managers and city clerk's office, with kind of a corresponding reduction in potential services. So we're looking at possibly suspending some programs and services like the passport services program, and then also considering temporarily reducing actual staff capacity in HR, IT, and finance. Again, that would be ideally a temporary reduction to be defunded and then funded when there is available funding. And so with that, I'll hand it off to City Attorney Chris Diaz to talk about kind of the Attorney's Office accomplishments and work plan items.
Thank you, Ashwini. Mayor and Council, just wanted to walk you through some of the accomplishments from the City Attorney's Department. Please keep in mind that obviously everything that all the departments have presented, just like the City Manager's Office, we have involvement in all of those items in terms of legal compliance. But just wanted to highlight some of the bigger items, I think, that did get some attention with the council and the community. Obviously, with the pandemic hitting us in March, we did pivot as best as we could and provided advice in terms of meeting requirements in Brown Act, in terms of the governor's executive orders, suspending certain provisions of the Brown Act. In addition to that, there was lots of questions that we saw coming from the city, and then as well as staff, just in terms of other compliance issues, especially with staff not being present at City Hall. So that dealt with Public Records Act requests and how we handle those, subpoenas that would come in, the governor's order in terms of water utility shutoff restrictions in light of the pandemic, and then also all the labor and employment issues that come along with employees essentially not being at City Hall and working remote. In addition to that, I thank the council for their leadership in pushing a face covering order. We did research that extensively and drafted the order itself. And so that was definitely a success for the council in terms of preventing more infections in light of the pandemic. In addition to that, we also worked on drafting all of the legal documents necessary for Measure F, the sales tax measure, including the ordinance itself, and then also assisted staff with getting all the documents necessary from the state to ensure that we are getting allocated our sales tax from the state. We also worked with economic development, and Alex did mention this as part of his slide, the door delivery or DoorDash and Grubhub delivery fee kind of restrictions. We did draft that ordinance and work with staff to bring that forward. And then this year, we also conducted citywide Brown Act training, which is something I hope to do annually for all our commissions, as well as the city council and any staff that wants to be educated on the Brown Act. Next slide, please. In terms of just some of the data, and there's more to share, but I just wanted to pull some of the relevant data, I think, in terms of what we've seen this year. We have handled, or at least advised, on 100 Public Records Act requests. I will say that the volume of Public Records Act requests since I've been with the city has increased exponentially, with the city attorney's office having to get more involved in some of those requests because of the complexity or the sensitive nature of what is being requested. In addition to that, we've reviewed or advised on 442 agreements or amendments to agreements that the city has. We routinely are reviewing contracts and providing a signature on those and looking at those for legal form. But that is just the nature of the city of this size in terms of the purchases that are required. And then just to highlight some of the agreements, obviously the complexity of at least one of them dealt with real estate negotiations, and that was the Terra Court purchase. And then also we have developed, at least for the city, a software agreement template, because more often than not, we are buying software and it doesn't always work for just regular purchasing type contract provisions. And so we have drafted a template that staff has been able to use, and it's been well received from the community in terms of vendors that we do contract with. And then the council is well aware of this. Obviously, we dealt with the La Quinta Hotel issue and other kind of issues over the course of the year that were high profile in terms of city council meetings. And so just wanted to note that. Next slide, please. In addition, we are working hand in hand with planning department in terms of the general plan, looking at the CEQA documents, and that will be coming to you very shortly. We continue to work with our housing subcommittee, our housing staff on all the issues that come along with housing in terms of affordable housing, the ordinance itself, our inclusionary mandate, and then also just contracts that we have with different providers to assist with the homelessness crisis. We did work with our city clerk's office to update the local conflict of interest code. That is the code at the local level that designates positions at the city to comply with the Form 700 compliance requirements. And that essentially ensures that conflicts of interest are spotted ahead of time, and that whether it be an appointed or elected official or city staff, that they note those conflicts for the record and that we address those as they come up. And then finally, we also assisted with the enterprise grant program legal documents, and so drafted all of those agreements that allowed us to proceed with that program. Next slide, please. So major work plan items, and there are many, but this is just a highlight of some of them. Obviously, keep in mind that as laws change and new laws kick in, we are often tasked with assisting different departments with legal compliance. And so there are new requirements kicking in this year. We are starting to work with staff on some of those issues. But one that's on our radar, at least not in terms of legal compliance, but just in terms of a city council item, is the responsible construction ordinance. And so that will be coming back to you at your next council meeting for adoption. And then we will assist staff with implementation of that ordinance. We are going to be working with city staff, primarily our city clerk's office, as well as our city manager's office, to streamline as best we can Public Records Act request and responding. Obviously, we've seen an increase in Public Records Act request. It is very taxing in terms of city cost. And so we want to find a better format that fits in terms of reducing cost for the city. And we will, I will talk with the council a little bit more about that in our closed session next week in relation to my contract. We will continue as we do. We do have existing 54 contract templates that's available to our purchasing staff to make sure that we have the best legal terms in place when we are purchasing supplies, contracting with vendors. And so we continue to update those on a periodic basis, and we will continue to do so for this coming year, financial year. One of the new legal requirements that is kicking in that will have hefty penalties associated with it in beginning in 2022 is SB 1383, and that deals with all of the new solid waste requirements. We do have a contract that we entered into in anticipation of a lot of these changes, but we are looking and working with staff to make sure that all of those requirements are in place so we don't see any penalties come down on the city in terms of legal compliance. And then we'll continue to work with city staff on all the housing compliance issues. The state, not this legislative year, but the year prior, did adopt a wide swath of housing legislation. And so as those bills come down the pipe from Sacramento, we will continue to monitor those and update staff accordingly. Next slide, please. One of the things we continue to do, and this has been an ongoing task, I'd say since 2015 with BART coming in, there are many issues that revolve around that in terms of property issues. So we continue to work with engineering staff to get the best legal language in place in terms of issues that may arise with VTA and or still dealing with property issues in terms of access for the city, in terms of where the BART is now located. We will work with our incoming city clerk to update the records retention schedule, which is one item, Ashwini noted, and that is compliance with the law, making sure that we are not destroying records earlier than necessary, and also being mindful of all the statutory provisions that apply to certain types of records. We'll continue to work to advise city staff on Public Records Act requests, but as I indicated, we are looking for a more cost-effective process, and I will share that with the council next week. We'll continue to monitor all pending plan litigation. That is all the litigation that is essentially covered by our insurance plan. I will note for the council that we only have one major litigation case where the city is the defendant. That was very different many years ago. So that is a success, but we do have kind of the routine litigation, which is covered by our plan insurance, which deals with slip and fall cases, car accidents, more of the minor types of litigation that can be resolved fairly easily, but we continue to monitor all of those cases for the city. We'll continue to work with police. Police tends to have more legal issues in terms of gun confiscation petitions, subpoenas that are issued for records to the police department, and then also just general requests for records. And so we'll continue to work with our police staff to make sure that they have the advice necessary to respond accordingly. And then one thing I do want to put on the radar for the upcoming year is to conduct citywide ethics training. It's something I've wanted to do for an extended period of time. And I think this upcoming year is the right time to do it, to make sure that all our city staff, all our elected appointed officials are aware of all the ethics laws that apply and are abiding by those laws to ensure the government or our public sees the government doing good work in action. Next slide. And then finally, some of the operational challenges that we see. Obviously, we continue to monitor state law, but ultimately what comes down from Sacramento will dictate what we need to do at the local level. And so some of those laws, depending on the year, could be quite extensive. And so we'll continue to monitor those, but it will lead to additional work and legal updates that are necessary for our code. Also keep in mind that Public Records Act requests, they come in, but they are quite unpredictable as to when they become large or voluminous. I will say whenever there's a hot button issue, I think at the city council level, and it does generate some public interest, we see those requests kind of escalate at that point. And we did have an issue such as that late last year. And so we still are today responding to some of those requests in terms of records that the city had in its possession. And then finally, litigation also can be unpredictable, but as I indicated, there is really only one major litigation case that the city has where we are serving or we are as defendant. There's a separate case where we are plaintiff bringing an action against other agencies. But with regard to all the advice given to city staff, to the city council, there is no other litigation cases that are of that magnitude currently. So this is a success for the city because, as I indicated, the litigation and the volume and the amounts in dispute in the past was quite different. Next slide, please. And then finally, as I indicated, we're looking at Public Records Act request as an area where we could potentially reduce cost for the city attorney's budget. And so I will walk the council through some of those options in terms of a discussion in closed session on the contract. And then also I am exploring different contractual pricing and fee structures for the council to consider, and we will explore those further next week. If the council is interested in some of those pricing and fee structures, that would necessitate a contract amendment. And so we would have the ability to discuss that in open session and highlight that for the public as well. Next slide, please.
Yeah, I think Chris,
I'll go ahead and turn it over to Washwini, but thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And this is the last section. And thank you so much, Mayor and Council, for your patience. I will try to finish this in less than 5 minutes. So this is potential additional work plan items. Next slide, please. So you've basically now heard information about our financial forecast, kind of our reduced staffing, potentially reducing staffing even more, the increased workload due to the pandemic. So in light of that, we wanted to seek feedback on some potential additional work plan items that have been submitted through the council agenda item request. So since 2019, we've had 79 council agenda item requests. Of these, 41 have either been completed or withdrawn, 10 are currently in progress. A spreadsheet with all the items was included in your agenda packet, and that included kind of some of the information that had been requested in terms of the item name, but also kind of who it was requested by, the date requested, relevant departments, alignment with council priority areas, etc. For those, we did sort of do our best guess because those have been submitted by individual council members. The ones that were submitted through the forms, we did use that information. So just wanted to note that. And we also included a current status. The discussion today is really about the group. Oh, so then we categorize these items into 4 groups, and you can see that in your agenda packet. So group 1 is really items that will require more than 4 hours of staff time. They have not been initiated yet. Group 2 items have also not been initiated, but require less than 4 hours of staff time. Group 1 has 19 items. There's 3 duplicative ones. So you'll see 22, but it's really 19. Group 2 has 6. And then group 3 and 4 are either underway or completed, and we don't need to really discuss those. Next slide, please. And so again, like I said, today we would want to kind of seek clarification on which group 1 items council would like us to bring back further information on. Of the 19 items, 5 of the items we have received some prior council direction on, but again, it's open for discussion as to whether you'd want to continue. So for example, we've had referrals to other subcommittees for discussion for some of those items. And what we'd like to propose is once we get some feedback from you today on which ones you would like additional information on in terms of cost estimates or resources required, we'll work on that through February. We will schedule a council prioritization session for those items. And then depending on what comes out of that, we will continue to kind of determine the impact of those items on anything else in the budget. And then that'll be included as part of the proposed 21-22 budget that will be presented to council in May. And we'll note any impacts to existing services if there are any. Yeah, next slide, please. So here's the list. Again, you should have it in your packet, and we can come back to it when we actually get your feedback on where you want to go. We have a few questions to guide the discussion. Next slide, please. And you can quickly go through these slides. So these are the same items, really just categorized by CSA. So you can kind of see the workload that would be for each CSA. So yeah, if we can just go through these quickly. Okay. And then these are the 3 questions that we would kind of like to structure the discussion around, which would be helpful for us to know which ones, again, of the 19 items you would like us to come back with additional information, which ones, given our fiscal situation and reduced staff capacity, you would like to maybe defer to the following fiscal year, and which items maybe at this time you decide not to pursue at all. So we will look forward to that direction from you. Next slide, please. And again, I went over kind of this timeline. This is the next steps for this prioritization exercise. And then the following slide, Walter will cover kind of next steps for the budget. Go ahead, next slide.
So good evening again. As I mentioned, we're going to have the mid-year budget rebalancing in February, on February 16th, and CFP study session a few days before that. Community engagement, employment engagement in February through April. The March will be the potential prioritization of additional work plan items that Ashwini just talked about, with a master fee schedule study session in April as well. And then we have the proposed budget release in early May with the budget study session, operating budget study session, with the goal to adopt the budget by June. Next slide, please. Steve.
Thank you, Walter. So in conclusion here, so it's clear we're aiming to solve the general fund structural deficit by minimizing service delivery impacts across all departments, consistent with council priorities and community input, and avoiding layoffs to the greatest extent possible. We absolutely will deliver a fiscal year 2021-22 proposed budget balanced with both ongoing and one-time budget solutions, and we will resolve the structural deficit by fiscal year 2022-23. I also want to acknowledge the depth and breadth of achievements of our departments. They've been outstanding. And lastly, we have a number of new significant work plan items that, when taken into the context of our budget, require council prioritization, as Ashwini was alluding to. So I think that concludes this presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, everybody. Really great to see our department directors and the public safety chiefs and our executive city manager's office team, as well as our city. What was that? Was that somebody? Did someone say something? Okay, I thought I heard something. Back to what I was saying, really great to see everybody's updates on what we're doing here with our budget. And just a couple of things on my mind in no particular order. At 10:30, I'm going to adjourn this meeting at the latest. So that's not going to give us time to provide the council feedback to our city staff here. So I want to make a motion to defer. Well, we've already received the budget, but I want to make a motion to defer those questions for the city council requests, those items. I want to make a motion to defer that to next Tuesday evening.
I second that.
Mm-hmm. And see, I've been studying my council handbook. See that? But yeah, I think I do want to provide some positive reinforcement and compliments to our city staff at this time, and I want to go ask the council to provide remarks as well before 10:30 hits. I also think it'll give us some time to further, for just another week, go over the questions that the staff has for us as a council. Such an honor to serve the city of Milpitas as an elected official. And so we want to take our time to further digest the budget study, particularly after the presentations here live this evening. But with the remarks here before, I think I'm going to adjourn this thing in 10 minutes. I just want to say a great job. I really see everybody's effort to balance their individual budgets within departments, and we're going to have to continue to look at how we're going to balance the remaining amount that we don't have funded right now. And I'm excited for my colleagues, those with experience, to really go into this more involved, and all the way down the line to our newest council member, Chua, just to have the fresh ideas and unique thinking and vast experience. This is going to help tremendously, this council coming together to balance this thing out. So let me go to the Vice Mayor Montano next.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. One question, we have a $7.4 million deficit, and then we have a $4 million structural deficit. Can you give me the difference between that, Walter? So
Sure
that way
can.
the community can understand the differences as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This is a very good question to bring this up. So the $7.4 million or $5 million is the deficit for next fiscal year, of which the fiscal year thereafter, 22-23, has a $4.1 million deficit. Okay, if we take care of reduce ongoing expenditures, they will be reduced not just this year, but also for next year and for the entire forecast period. It immediately reduces eliminates the deficit for next fiscal year. So that's the structural one. So you basically shave off costs across the entire system for the entire forecast period for 10 years, $4 million as it escalates. So you're solving with ongoing dollars partially this fiscal year, because you still have another $3.5 million left, and you definitely resolve next year's already. So as you might remember, this one chart I had where I shaved off $4 million. Maybe the PowerPoint can be brought up quickly. That basically showed you that we already balanced for the fiscal year 22-23. If we cut expenditures ongoing, that means position eliminations or wage concessions as it stands right now out of the budget. So you have to look at both ways. You have to solve this year's and next year's at the same time. You're muted, Councilmember or Vice Mayor.
The structural deficit is mainly caused by COVID then, because we're trying to catch up. We're trying to catch up, right?
That's correct. It's mainly because the forecast assumes a permanent reduction in TOT, which is COVID related. If we were to bounce back in our hotel on the travel behavior, and bounce back in hotel revenues, then the structural deficit will be better, will be less than assumed. But right now, we don't believe that TOT is going to come back as quickly.
Not that soon. And how do you relate the capital improvement, the CIP budget?
Sure. So what we have done, what we have done last year and we did this year as well, we only bring forward to you capital improvement projects which are really necessary, and any savings we will have there will be used to balance this year's budget, the 21-22 budget.
Okay. Yeah, it's this was a long meeting. I'm going to be honest with you. Very, very long. And I agree with the mayor to end at 10:30 because the brain, you have to digest there's a lot of information. It was good information. Thank you, staff. So yeah, for me, I want to digest everything because this is all very important and we need to start making some cuts and for me, I need more time to really digest this. And I'm pretty sure the other members are as well, because we have to make some very, very important decisions. So, but thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Yeah, we got a lot of meetings as Walter presented in his presentation. We got a lot of meetings coming up here. It's that time of the year, folks. Okay, next up here we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Chan. I just have two brief questions to Deputy Manager. The structural deficit of 7.2, is that based on pessimistic or optimistic data, projected data?
Sure. The structural deficit is actually $4.4 million approximately, and 7.2 million is next year's deficit, which includes ongoing one-time. Next year's deficit is 7.2, structural one is 4.1. But coming back to your question, it's a base analysis. So basically what we do is we say first, what's most reasonable revenues to bring in given the experience we have had in the last few months, since March. So it's based on that. It's based on how we have recovered from previous recessions in the past and how this recession is different. It's not really a recession either. For economic standards, it's just a downturn, but we would never really call it a recession. We're trying to figure out how this is different and how we should build up revenues again and estimate those revenues to come back to some level of the last few years. So that's why it's a base scenario. I gave you the pessimistic and the optimistic as well. You see potential fluctuations. It could get better by $2 million. So that's a optimistic one, or could it even get worse? So that's hence I gave you a bandwidth.
The other one is I don't know if I missed it. Is there an entry there to pay back what we borrowed from the reserve from last year of $4.4 million?
So our goal is at mid-year. If well, there's no entry there yet. What typically happens once we close out the fiscal year, like we did this fiscal year, the last fiscal year, we borrowed. We were saving $4 million last fiscal year. We put it back into the reserves. Then we used the same $4 million which we saved last fiscal year for this fiscal year. So I anticipate savings again for this fiscal year, and any savings will go back to the reserves.
So this fiscal year of 21-22.
I hope to have savings. That's my goal. That's our goal.
And that's going to go back to the reserve.
That goes back to the reserve.
At the end of this fiscal year.
Correct. So so what happens is we close out the books in fall. We come back to the council in the fall timeframe. At that time, we know what the savings are, and we'll return it. Our recommendation is always, and per fiscal policy as approved by the council, it goes back to the reserves.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Next up, we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Since we have a hard stop at 10:30 and there's like 3 minutes left, I will split the half minute with Councilmember Fan. Definitely I will go ahead and defer my questions to staff through email. and then we will reconvene at the next meeting. I just want to thank staff for all of your work. Definitely this was a long meeting, but I think it also exemplifies the work that you guys have done all in the time that we have had. That is a lot. And so I definitely want to commend all of you for the work that you have been doing on behalf of Milpitas residents and for representing our city so well. So give yourself a pat on the back. Job well done. And I think anybody who sees that list that works in government is going to be amazed by the number of items that we have been able to accomplish for our community. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councilmember Fan.
I'll just be brief. Great job, everyone. I don't really have comments.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Councilmember Fan. You can tell Councilmember Fan's done this a number of times, so he knows he's got plenty more opportunity now going forward. All right. Let's go to public comment here. We have one virtual raised hand. Let's go with Mr. Mehta here, if he's still here.
Well, I wanted to let all the council members know about the support from the police department, from the fire department. It's been tremendous. I think there is nothing much can be said, as long as all the required laws, law and order, as well as enforcement be implemented. And it is also important that that is to be implemented according with the 8 sister cities in the Bay Area. And, by connecting with them in the Bay Area, the Milpitas Metro, would be more developed. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, if there's no more further public comment, I will look. You have some attendees here this evening. Okay, that's it with public comment. So no further public comment. But I did make a motion to defer those questions staff asked, but I don't think we need a motion. I think we'll just carry it forward to next Tuesday and we'll knock it out during that evening. Couple things before I adjourn the meeting. First, happy birthday, Milpitas. Yeah, 67 years today. We stood up against San Jose and we declared our independence, really. Should call it Independence Day in Milpitas. In 1954, we stood up against San Jose. We said, we are Milpitas. And special interests came in and we had a big vote and our residents said, we are Milpitians. And so sort of a quieter celebration this year with COVID and things, but I hope that we'll bust out the birthday cake a year from now and that we'll be in a better place. Milpitas is a special place and we think about the 67 years as a city and all our history, Sunny Hills, Mayor Ben Gross, all the great leaders in the first decade of our city, onwards to the Ford factory, which we always hold dear to our heart. I guess it's a tough town, Ford tough, but it's interesting. I was at the Arts Commission meeting last night doing my duty, and they're looking at some murals, artwork to be done at the Rainbow Overcrossing at the BART station, and one of the proposed murals had artwork of our Ford factory assembly line. That was pretty cool. And then just fast forward through our city's history in the 80s and the 90s with the growth of Silicon Valley and really the transformation from agricultural industrial land to a sort of, I guess, more high-tech land use. And it just really a time where a lot more diversity came into Milpitas, not just 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 cultures or ancestries or heritages, but it really multiplied into, I think, over 100 different cultures in town, actually. And just a beautiful thing to see a diversity come into our city hall as well. I know there's a lot of firsts here on this particular council. And now here we are in the 21st century, going through, or us leading our city through 21st century challenges. So just a lot of things to reflect on in 67 years, which is really a short period of time. And I hope I'm here when the city turns 100, and maybe I could continue to give everything I have to this city as well. So happy birthday, Milpitas. That one's for the minutes, if we may. Sure, let's go to the council member Chu. I did see your hand.
I just want to say happy birthday to Council Member Karina as well. Belated.
Thank you very much.
Two birthdays today, huh? Okay.
Yeah. January 20th, right?
Yes,
Oh,
so related. But thank you for the acknowledgement.
Oh, wow.
Appreciated. And thank you so much, Councilmember Fan, for the birthday shout out on the birthday. So I appreciate it too. And for staff who reached out, you guys made my day. So I appreciate all of you.
Very awesome. Hey, what a great month, huh? All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is I want to welcome. We got a press release very recently, and I want to welcome our new city clerk. Not sure if you have. Let's see here. I want to welcome our new city clerk, Wendy Wood. Looking forward to having you join our city. I'm not sure if you can pick up the microphone or anything.
Hi, here.
Okay, great. There you are. Please, I want to give you a big Milpitas welcome.
Thank you. I'm very excited to get started.
Awesome. Yeah, we look forward to having you join us on the dais. I got a communication earlier today from a Mr. Will Fuentes down in Campbell, and he said some really nice, kind, and sweet things about you. So I think our city is going to be very fortunate here going forward. Fantastic. Well, hey, welcome to Milpitas.
Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it.
Yep. Okay, let me just check in with our city manager, and if there's anything else before the adjournment. Steve?
All I can say is thank you very much for your time and your patience. There was a ton of work, a ton of things that we had to go over, and that explains it. So I'm happy that you're sending this off to the next meeting. That'll give you some time. I agree. If you have any questions of staff, please let me know. Be happy to accommodate those questions.
Awesome. Hey, well, thank you every single person if you're hearing this, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.